Chapter 1788. Everyone from the Tao sect looked at each other. Currently, the person who schemed against the 9 underworlds was Tao Lord Luya, who used the Buddha's Sarira to invite Mahamayuri's help to suppress the Buddhist Bantis. However, there were experts from the Tao sect blocking the way in front and the central Saha Pagoda suppressing them from behind. Even if the central Saha Pagoda were to disappear, it would still be very difficult to contend against Taoism's Yan Zhaoge, Yang Jian, Suo Mingzhang, and the others. By now, Tao Lord Lu Ye had become the one most likely to be eliminated. Dipankara, ancient Buddha, seemed to be at a disadvantage earlier, but after painstakingly enduring, he used the divine pestle and the Buddha's Sarira to counterattack Mahamayuri, turning the tables and turning defeat into victory. Seeing that the central Saha Pagoda was suppressing the entire battlefield, he was only one step away from success. However, soon after, Yan Zhaoge ascended to the grand heavenly realm and swept through the Western Pure Lands Buddhas. Amitabha was within the great 9 underworlds formation, while the immeasurable heavenly Lord was being held back by the future Buddha and the immortal extermination formation. The ancient Dipankara Buddha could only watch helplessly as his hope turned into a bubble. At this moment, the Tao sect had the absolute advantage and could influence the outcome of the 9th Hell puzzle today. The great Taoist Master Hsien Du had always been the person who the Tao sect was fighting for that opportunity. However, the Southern Extremity Longevity Monarch's sudden appearance caused a ripple in the situation. Yet, the two of them just had to be at loggerheads with Yan Zhaoge, who currently held the crux of the matter. Among the rest of the people from the Gate of Tao, although Yang Jian had gradually become clear about his path, the opportunity to ascend to the Tao state was not in the 9 underworlds. Even if he was ready, it wouldn't be today. Suo Mingzhang had formed his own Tao of heaven interception, and it was getting more and more profound. However, he was still a distance away from breaking through to the Tao realm. Feng Yunsheng, who had also created the Luoyuan primal chaos destroyer, was in a similar situation as Suo Mingzhang. Moreover, even if she wanted to charge towards the Tao realm, she would have to wait until after this round with the 9 underworlds. Otherwise, she might end up helping the Doomsday Heavenly Devil and the 12 heavenly gods and demons formation. Yan Zhaoge's cultivation was unparalleled, shocking the heavens. However, just like what the ancient Dipankara Buddha had said, he had just ascended to the grand heavenly realm. After all, moreover, he was also cultivating the 3 clear lineages simultaneously. He still had to be nurtured and analyzed. As for the others, such as Yan Di, who wasn't here, it was still unknown if they had attained the grand heavenly immortal realm. Even if he ascended to the grand heavenly realm, he would still need a long time to continue perfecting the creation saber, just like Yang Jian, Suo Mingzhang, and Feng Yunsheng. On the other hand, perfected Tai, Great Emperor Gaochen, Goddess Wudong, Fairy Yin Shao Neza, and the rest of the Tao sect's grand heavenly immortals were not ready yet. They were not ready for the final step. After counting, it seemed that only the great Taoist Master Hsien Du and the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor were left. If there were no other choices, even Yang Jian, Neza, the Incongruence Divine Mother, and the Cloud Sky Fairy, who were in charge of the immortal extermination formation, would speak up for the great Taoist Hsien Du and the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, helping them to ease their relationship with Yan Zhaoge. Even the North Star Emperor, who had always been at odds with the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, would advise Yan Zhaoge to prioritize the bigger picture. The Grand Supreme Elder's thoughts were unpredictable, and the immortal vanquishing array had innate drawbacks. The orthodox Taoism desperately needed a Tao realm powerhouse to hold the fort. That was why perfected Tai first tried to mediate. However, hearing Yan Zhaoge's words now, everyone could not help but be taken aback. In the perfect Buddha light behind the head of the ancient Dipankara Buddha, the purple light swayed. Within the southern extremity longevity emperor's eyes, jade-green radiances flickered. Yang Jian's third vertical eye opened, and radiances gushed out from within. The great Taoist Master Xian Du's gaze fell upon the blood sea. Within the formation, the Elder Lord's expression slowly turned complicated. Everyone else had a thoughtful expression on their faces. Perfected Tai stopped trying to mediate. His gaze moved around the few Tao ancestors. Gradually, astonishment appeared on everyone's faces. Taoist Lu Ye looked towards Yen Zhaoga. Could it be? You're right. Yen Zhaoga said plainly. Between the East Sovereign and the Amitabha Buddha, the East Sovereign benefited from the Elder Lord's actions. He resolved the situation of the Amitabha Buddha and the immeasurable heavenly Lord besieging the Maitreya Buddha. However, he did not allow the 9 underworlds to do anything. Therefore, you're actually not the East Sovereign's choice. Yen Zhaoga said plainly, the person chosen by the East Sovereign needs to win the Elder Lord's support. Taoist Lu Ye, you don't fulfill this condition. Taoist Lu Ye wasn't angry or resentful. Instead, he let out a long sigh of exhaustion. Yen Zhaoga continued looking towards the great Taoist Master Xian Du and calmly stared at him. On the other hand, you're never the Elder Lord's choice. It wasn't just an attitude of neither support nor opposition. Although the great Taoist Master Xian Du could always use the Elder Lord's name to obtain many benefits for himself, and the Elder Lord seemed to not care about it. The situation had changed since the Elder Lord had personally participated in the battle. In the end, the great Taoist Master Xian Du also sighed towards the sky. As for you, Yen Zhaoga looked towards the southern extremity longevity emperor. You're even more hopeless. The southern extremity longevity emperor's gaze was fixated on Yen Zhaoga. Yen Zhaoga calmly stared back at him. I'm not sure how much you've guessed the Elder Lord's thoughts, which made you want to use the Elder Lord's convenience. However, your hopes will be dashed today. Where is he? Asked the southern extremity longevity emperor slowly. He should be in the Western Pure Lands now, said Yen Zhaoga plainly. The Dipankara ancient Buddha had already gazed beyond the 9 underworlds, his gaze piercing through the layers of void. Currently, within the Western Pure Lands, amidst the green lotuses, a stream of light entered. Without the Amitabha Buddha's presence, this place wasn't as peaceful as before. The stream of light pierced through the green lotuses and entered the victorious fighting Buddha's Buddha kingdom. The immeasurable heavenly Lord wanted to make a move, but the future Buddha and the immortal extermination formation prevented him from doing so. The stream of light flickered a few times, and the victorious fighting Buddha's Buddha kingdom shattered. Beneath the 9 underworlds' blood sea, the top of the Amitabha Buddha's treasured banner lit up, resembling a golden lamp. The golden lamp guided someone from afar, traversing through layers of void, as if it wanted to bring someone from the Western Pure Lands to save the victorious fighting Buddha's life. However, the Elder Lord temporarily obstructed the primordial heavenly devil and the vast freedom heavenly devil, while an ancient bronze bell rang above the Eastern Sovereign Tai's head. As the bell rang, the golden lamp on the top of the Amitabha Buddha's treasured banner flickered. As the lamp's flames dimmed, the victorious fighting Buddha, who was supposed to be brought to the Amitabha Buddha, was left outside the 9 underworlds. Yen Zhaoga and the others looked over and saw a golden Buddha with 24 heads and 18 arms sitting atop a golden fish-scaled cloud. Beneath the green lotuses, a golden lamp, Sarira, sat atop it. As the stream of light flickered, the green lotus platform shattered, the golden lamp extinguished, and the Sarira fell onto the ground. A rain of lights suddenly erupted from the golden Buddha's body. The lights scattered throughout the vast cosmos void and spread in all directions. As the radiance dissipated, the Buddha no longer existed. Only a dim saraira was left. A furry claw grabbed onto the saraira. The owner of the claw wore a Taoist robe. However, he had a pointy mouth, monkey cheeks, and a mouth that resembled a thunder god. Only despite his comical appearance, the aura within his skinny body was shocking. Chapter 1789. Looking at the somewhat unfamiliar, yet somewhat familiar figure, everyone present had a complicated expression on their faces. They blurted out, "The great sage, heaven's equal." The monkey in the Taoist robe was the great sage equal to heaven, the monkey king, Sun Wukong. It's really him. Everyone thought to themselves. This monkey was able to break free from Rulai's seal because of the Elder Lord's help. During the Middle Era, before the monkey was suppressed by the Gautama Buddha, it was first captured by the Grand Supreme Elder and had a trip inside the alchemy cauldron. Perhaps this was the foreshadowing of what would happen in the future. He was not in the mood to play chess, but threw a stone into someone else's chessboard. Now, if he poked the stone again and messed up someone else's chessboard, the stone would jump out and transform into a new player. The monkey was from the demon race and was supported by the Eastern monarch, Tai. Although the future Buddha Maitreya was a Buddhist, he had disrupted the inheritance of the Tathagata Buddha's central blessed land of Sah. Therefore, the great sage equaling heaven did not have any enmity towards him. Previously, the plan was kept secret. Maitreya Buddha might not be clear about it. However, as the situation developed, Dong Huang hinted that Maitreya Buddha would be able to deduce the truth of the matter. Thus, he decisively restrained the immeasurable heavenly Lord. To the blessed lands of the White Lotus, the great sage equaling heavens who had ascended to the Tao realm had surpassed the Dipankara ancient Buddha, the Xiandu great mage, and the southern extremity longevity emperor. Previously, Yang Jian looked at Monkey's Taoist robe, and his heart skipped a beat. He turned to look at the great Taoist Master Xiandu. Great Taoist Master Xiandu was also looking at the monkey. His eyes flickered, and his heart was filled with mixed emotions. "You're not sure if he was in the Tishita Palace earlier, right?" Yen Zhaoga chuckled. Great Taoist Master Xiandu was silent. "It could be in the Tishita Palace, or it could be somewhere else," Yen Zhaoga said. "For example, after the Great Calamity, you never returned to the Eight Visions Palace, right? After the three clear Grand Masters transcended, the Hollow Jade Palace, Eight Visions Palace, and Roaming Jade Palace quickly went into hiding. Taishang Laojun resided in the Tishita Palace. After the Great Calamity, there had been no news of the illusory Jade Palace, the Eight Sceneries Palace, and the Roving Jade Palace at all. Only when he was seeking the immortal vanquishing array previously did the great Taoist Master Xiandu ask the Grand Supreme Elder for guidance. After telling Yang Jian disguised himself as the Lady of Earth and went to the Jade Void Palace, once to take out the Jade Void glass lamp. As for the whereabouts of the Eight Visions Palace, even the great Master Xiandu of the Grand Clear Direct lineage did not know about it. He had not been there for many years. Hearing Yen Zhaoga's words, the great Taoist Xiandu fell silent, not to mention His Majesty the East Emperor and Maitreya Buddha. Yen Zhaoga said, "Even for the Amitabha Buddha and the immeasurable heavenly Lord, if they could only choose between the two of you and the great sage equaling heavens, they would still choose the great sage equaling heavens. At the very least, they can still take a gamble and see if the great sage equaling heaven's ascension to the Tao realm would provoke the Tathagata Buddha, who had transcended in the past." Yen Zhaoga shook his head as he spoke. "Everything is as the Grand Supreme Elder had expected. We still can't change this fate." The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor looked at the monkey, then at Yen Zhaoga. "However, are you really willing to do this?" Yen Zhaoga quietly looked at the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. You're angry at junior apprentice brother Xian Du for plotting against Nie Jingshan, and at me for plotting against your wife. However, aren't you also part of the Grand Supreme Elder's scheme? The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor said in a deep tone, "Are you really willing to do this?" The chess pieces on the chessboard are different from the pebbles thrown onto the chessboard, Yen Zhaoge said calmly. Of course, you can also say that I'm lying to myself. It's still too early to make a conclusion. He pointed at the monkey that was entering the 9 underworlds and suddenly smiled. However, if it's limited to today's matter, I'm quite willing to help you. Yen Zhaoge smiled happily, causing the others to be confused. Only Feng Yinsheng smiled and looked at him. She could understand what he was thinking. Other matters could be discussed, but Yen Zhaoge didn't want to be rational in this matter. Even if others called him a brainless fan, he wouldn't care. There was no need to ask about the cause and effect. He just wanted to have a good time today. Not to mention, if I don't help the great sage, should I help the two of you? Yen Zhaoge sneered as he looked at the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor remained silent for a while. He looked at Yen Zhaoge deeply. That's right. Success or failure depends on the future. Yen Zhaoge raised his brows slightly and sneered as he stared at him. Little friend, we meet again. The monkey entered the 9 underworlds and arrived in front of Yen Zhaoge and the others. He laughed and said, "This time, I owe you a favor again. I, old son, am eternally grateful. Should I call you the Great Sage, or do you have another name?" Yen Zhaoge smiled when he saw the monkey. The monkey laughed. "Although my surname, Sun Wukong, was given by Old Man Tathagata, I am me. Why would I care about a surname? So what if I don't wanna? As long as you call me, there's no need to care about it. Great Sage, you're much more open-minded than before. I wonder if you're still angry?" said Yen Zhaoge with a smile. "I, old son, am not open-minded. It's just that these small matters aren't worth mentioning. What I'm concerned about is the bigger picture." As the monkey spoke, his figure started enlarging, as if he was about to burst through the 9 underworlds. "Little friend, do you still remember that I once said that I would definitely transcend and personally talk to Old Man Tathagata?" The towering monkey yelled. "Today is the first step." He raised his hand, and streams of qi condensed within his palm, instantly transforming into a cudgel. As the cudgel stood upright, it seemed to be even more ferocious, tyrannical, and ferocious than the real Ru E Golden Cudgel. Under the Blood Sea Grand Formation, the primordial Heavenly Devil, and the vast Freedom Heavenly Devil frowned. "Fellow Taoist, please," the primordial Heavenly Devil said to the Amitabha Buddha. As he said that, he personally smashed the Doomsday Heavenly Devil's silhouette on the pillar beside him. The silhouette formed by Jian Xuanhua's soul dissipated along with it. The primordial Heavenly Devil gave up on the opportunity for the Doomsday Heavenly Devil to descend into the world in this era. The 12 devilish gods and demons Grand Formation, which was already weak and stagnant, could no longer hold on and started to dissipate completely. Seeing that, the Amitabha Buddha stopped tangling with the group of demons and headed out of the Great Abyss Sea. However, the East monarch Tai blocked his way at the first moment. The Taishang Laojun fought against the two of them, temporarily blocking the primordial Heavenly Devil and the vast Freedom Heavenly Devil. In the 9 underworlds, the giant monkey waved his cudgel. With just a swipe of it, the void of the demonic domain was torn apart. With a strike, the territory of the 9 underworlds shattered. As the giant monkey roared, he swung the cudgel in his hand in a circle and swept it in all directions. The black gas was obliterated, blood and electricity flowed everywhere, and space-time collapsed and spread outwards like surging waves. the nine underworlds' demonic domain, and the boundless void of the outside world started to tremble and tremble. Even the great thousand worlds and the mortal world were affected. The void wrinkled and undulated like the surging waves of the sea. The cudgel in the great sage equaling heaven's hand spun like a wheel of wind and fire. In the end, it stopped spinning. The monkey held the cudgel with both hands and raised it high before smashing it down heavily. Starting from a small point, the entire nine underworlds' demonic domain collapsed and shattered, collapsing madly towards that point. Chapter 1790. The monkey's cudgel caused the nine underworlds to collapse. The second demonic ancestor was formed from the corpse of the creation, heavenly demon. The demonic domain that had lasted for several eras welcomed its end today. This cudgel wasn't purely about destruction. It was about bringing life from destruction. When the monkey's cudgel landed, the nine underworlds collapsed. Everything in the demonic domain poured into it like a tidal wave. However, at the same time, the distortion was connected to the boundless void of the outside world. Streams of air flowed and split into yin and yang. Then they dispersed into clear and turbid air. The clear air rose, and the turbid air sank. It was a scene of the beginning of heaven and earth. A brand new world of creation seemed to have been created at this moment. It replaced the original nine underworlds and stuck closely to the universe like a mirror. Although this world was primitive, the yin and yang transformed into the four symbols, which transformed into the 8 trigrams. The 8 trigrams gave birth to all things. Time flowed, and the sun, moon, and stars reappeared. It was a magnificent scene of creation, and everything was renewed. The faint aura of life was being nurtured. Although it was temporarily weak, it was getting denser and denser. This place was different from the 9 underworlds that was filled with invasion and attempted to pollute and devour the human world. The vast demonic domain was rapidly being destroyed and was heading towards its end. Even the core of the demonic sea abyss was rapidly collapsing and sliding towards that point. Deafening roars resounded in the deep sea abyss as the demons howled in anger. Although they were naturally inclined towards chaos and destruction, they were still furious and sorrowful at this moment. The destruction of the 9 underworlds, the corpse of the creation, heavenly demon disintegrated, and the authority no longer existed. It was even more difficult to make up for it than for the doomsday heavenly demon to be reborn. It seemed to indicate that even the incomplete 12 Duqian heavenly demon formation would be difficult to set up again. At the same time, the collapse of the 9 underworlds meant that the ability to be reborn after the destruction of demons was nearly destroyed. Other than the 12 Duqian heavenly demons, even the grand heavenly demon lords would not be able to be reborn after the destruction of the 9 underworlds. The formation collapsed, and the blood sea dried up. Demons rushed out from the deep sea abyss. The evil demons that had always brought destruction to others seemed to be welcoming the end of the world. The 9 underworlds became history. The primordial heavenly demon and the great freedom heavenly demon were expressionlessly looking at Taishang Lao Jun and Dong Huang Tai. Amitabha Buddha stopped and looked in the direction of the great sage, heaven's equal. Their boundless radiance rose up, and the monkey's figure could no longer be seen. The radiance and the remains of the 9 underworlds merged into that, entering the newly born world of creation. The people who were originally in the 9 underworlds, except for a few Tao ancestors, were also involved. The place where the Grand Supreme Elder and the other Tao realm mighty figures resided had changed from the previously incomparably deep abyss to a boundlessly high place above the void. As they looked down, they could see a stream of clear qi rushing out from the newly opened creation, arriving above the void that was equal to them. Yen Zhaoga and the others entered the newly opened creation. They stood within the primitive and desolate cosmic void and looked towards the few Tao ancestors above the void, a clear aura condensed beside the old Supreme Elder, and the others clearly forming a golden Rui Jingu Bang. The staff spun in the air and changed its appearance again. Sun Wukong revealed his true form. He still had the appearance of a monkey and was wearing a Taoist robe. He cupped his hands towards the Grand Supreme Elder Lord and the East Sovereign. Then he greeted the distant White Lotus. "Thank you for your help." Then the monkey looked at Yen Zhaoga, who was within the new world, and smiled. "Thank you too, little friend." His voice was profound and profound, resembling the roar of the great Tao. However, everyone present could understand the meaning behind his words. "Congratulations on your return, great sage." Yen Zhaoga smiled and cupped his hands towards the figure above the void. "May the great sacred ancestor, Heavenly Lord, live on." Taoist Luya and the mountain sea demons looked at the great sage equaling heavens who had just ascended to the Tao realm with a complex expression, especially the bull demon king and the other demon race great sages. Their hearts were filled with complex emotions. After the monkey escaped from the Five Elements Mountain, the truth of the Middle Era's journey to the West and worshipping the Buddha was gradually known. The bull demon king and the other great demons no longer held any grudges against the great sage equaling heavens. However, it was hard to say if they could still be as close as before. However, as Sun Wukong ascended to the Tao realm, the situation had changed. Very quickly, with Taoist Luya in the lead, the demons bowed towards the figure. "Greetings, Sacred Emperor." However, just as they were about to move, they were stopped by an invisible force. "The East Sovereign is the East Sovereign, and I am me. You don't have to be so courteous." The monkey's voice resounded. "I didn't come back to accept your courtesy. In the past, your brothers suffered because of me. Now that I've ascended to the Tao realm, I'll naturally repay you. Luya, I've taken advantage of your fortune. I'll lend you a helping hand next time." Taoist Luya smiled bitterly in his heart. If he missed this chance, it was hard to say if he would have another chance in the future. However, now that Sun Wukong had become a Tao ancestor, the promise of such an existence was extremely precious. Taoist Luya immediately thanked the monkey. "However, I'll say this first. If the Astral Mountain Starry Sea were to fight against other factions, I wouldn't be absent. However, if we were to fight against the three clear lineages, both our factions owe each other a favor. Thus, we can only watch from the sidelines. If the East Sovereign wants to join the battle personally, I might even try to persuade him." The monkey added another sentence, causing the demons to smile bitterly once again. Such straightforward words were naturally heard clearly by everyone from Taoism. After a moment of silence, everyone bowed toward the void. "May the great sacred ancestor, Heavenly Lord, be blessed." The monkey looked at the Elder Lord and said, "Old Suwa, I owe you and little friend Yen the greatest favor for me to be able to transcend the tribulation this time. I'll definitely repay this favor in the future. If the three clear lineages are to fight against others, I'll be there at your beck and call. However, don't make things difficult for me because of the Astral Mountain's Starry Sea. I don't have time to talk nonsense with a monkey like you. Let's deal with the current situation first," the Elder Lord said, nonchalantly while riding on the bull's back. The green bull's hooves spread out. The Elder Lord had the heaven and earth yellow exquisite pagoda above his head. He held his walking stick and continued to attack the primordial heavenly demon. The East Sovereign Tai stared at the Amitabha Buddha. The monkey laughed out loud. Although he had just ascended to the Tao realm, a stick immediately appeared in his hand. He directly swung it at the great freedom heavenly demon. Above the void, the few Tao ancestors fought against each other again. They wanted to annihilate the devils in one go. On the other side, the 9 underworlds had been destroyed and reborn. Within the newly created universe, the Saha Pagoda at the center finally dissipated as time passed. The radiance of the divine pestle and the 4 Shakyamuni Sarairas dissipated, and they descended once again. Mahamayuri's expression was calm. He kept the treasures back into his pouch and glanced at the Dipankara ancient Buddha. He didn't say anything, nor did he linger. He immediately left. The Dipankara ancient Buddha and the other Western Pure Lands Buddhist Bantis also felt resentful and hurriedly fled. Yen Zhaoga didn't make things difficult for them. Instead, he walked toward the Xuandu Great Taoist and the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. Chapter 1791. Seeing Yen Zhaoga's actions, Yang Jian, Neza, True Deity Tai, and the other bigwigs of the Jade clear lineage sighed unceasingly. I hope, fellow Taoist, Yen can be merciful. Yang Jian shook his head and sighed. Yen Zhaoga did not cease in his footsteps. This Yen can understand that Taoist brother cares about our kinship. While the sky has cleared after the rain, it is not them who mends the barn after the sheep are lost. Do you think it's possible to pretend that nothing happened without leaving any explanation? When Yang Jian heard this, he looked up to the sky and sighed, not saying anything else. Neza and perfected Tai remained silent, while Yen Zhaoga's steps didn't seem big. He instantly arrived in front of the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, and the great Taoist Xian, seeing that old Lord Taishang didn't seem to care about what was happening here. As if he didn't notice anything, South Pole and Xuandu's expressions changed slightly, and the chill in their hearts grew thicker. Without the slightest hesitation, they fled in different directions. Great Taoist Master Xian Du's figure became illusory, as if he had turned into an invisible existence. His body hid in the void, wanting to pass through the borders of this new world of creation and return to the Tushita Palace that was high up in the sky. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor stood atop the chariot formed from lightning. Boom! Lightning flashed, and the frame of the carriage almost disintegrated, turning into surging lightning. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor was swept away by the void and quickly left this place. Thunder rumbled continuously. The grand void spatial thunder, the immortal eternal thunder, and the instant thunder were unleashed simultaneously. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's movement speed was even faster than the great Taoist Master Xian Du's. The 2 Taoism heavenly lords who were famed since the ancient era didn't have any intentions of resisting Yen Zhaoga. They only wished to escape in 2 different directions. As for which direction Yen Zhaoga would pursue, it was up to fate. Although the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor was well versed in the origin heavenly scripture, he still couldn't predict his chances of escaping. However, at the very least, the strength displayed by Yen Zhaoga when he swept through the Western Pure Lands Buddhas had made everyone aware that even if the Xian Du Great Taoist and the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor teamed up, they wouldn't stand a chance against Yen Zhaoga. If they split up, they might still have a chance. If he stayed and resisted, there was no chance at all. Yen Zhaoga could see through their thoughts like a blazing fire. No matter what you do, you won't have the slightest chance. He chuckled. Everyone's vision blurred, as they felt as if there were 2 Yen Zhaogas. Yen Zhaoga was clearly still calmly moving forward amidst the original void, neither hurrying nor slow. However, at the same time, another Yen Zhaoga appeared in front of the escaping great Taoist Xian Du and the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. It was not an illusory figure, nor was it an illusion. Instead, it was as if Yen Zhaoga truly existed in different locations within space and time. When the others from the Tao sect saw this, they were even more amazed. When the great Taoist Master Xiandu and the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor saw this, their hearts sank even more. They were fast, but Yan Zhaoge was even faster. Currently, Yan Zhaoge was like the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles, or Yangjin. Even when facing a grand heavenly realm expert, he was still omnipresent. Even if the Xuandu great Taoist master and the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor fled in different directions, Yan Zhaoge intercepted them at the same time. As expected, opportunities and tribulations exist at the same time. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor was slightly fatigued. He heaved a long sigh, and his figure suddenly shrank. The vast and mighty grand heavenly immortal had suddenly shrunk into a drop in the ocean. Not only had his figure shrunk, but his immortal splendor had also been completely retracted. Not even the slightest bit of it was exposed. In the eyes of others, not only did he shrink, but he also seemed to have disappeared from the spot. However, Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly. He extended his finger and tapped on the void. As he tapped on the void, space trembled, and thunder radiances appeared once again. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's figure appeared in front of everyone once again. His figure seemed to have enlarged once again, and Yan Zhaoge's finger was about to reach the area between his brows. However, this wasn't done willingly by the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. Instead, Yan Zhaoge's finger had dispelled his divine art and forcefully dragged him out from his limit. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor appeared involuntarily, as if he was taking the initiative to welcome Yan Zhaoge's finger with his forehead. Command! At this moment, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's expression had already regained its calmness, and his gaze was as calm as water. As he yelled, a stream of light rose from his body, flickering with 3 colors, purple, white, and gold. The stream of light manifested into a jade scepter, which blocked the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's forehead. It was the 3 treasures jade scepter left behind by the primordial Heavenly Lord after his transcendence. This treasure was the key to the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's battle against the Xiandu Great Taoist. It was also the key to the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's breakthrough into the Tao realm within the 9 underworlds puzzle. However, facing Yan Zhaoge's incoming finger, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor could only take out the 3 treasures jade scepter. This was his promise to Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yinsheng. No matter how reluctant he was, he could only cut his losses now. Otherwise, Yan Zhaoge might really kill him on the spot. As Yan Zhaoge tapped on the 3 treasures jade scepter, it blocked the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's path. Although the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor couldn't wield this treasure as he wished, it could still temporarily obstruct him. Yan Zhaoge's finger pressed on the surface of the 3 treasures jade scepter, and his strength turned from hardness to softness. Purple, white, and gold radiances continuously circulated. As they flickered, they were engulfed by the clear qi around his body. As the qi flow around Yan Zhaoge's body surged, the acupoints on his hand opened and closed. Countless tiny specks of radiance floated up, resembling stars. The specks of radiance were also purple, white, and gold. They intertwined with the radiance of the jade scepter. At the same time, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's figure transformed into a streak of lightning again and took the chance to escape. "Is this enough?" asked Yan Zhaoge nonchalantly. He extended his hand and grabbed the 3 treasures jade scepter. Jade green radiances appeared within his eyes. His free hand struck out at the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's back. Although the attack didn't seem to land on the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's figure suddenly trembled. Jade green radiances appeared within his eyes. They continuously intertwined and flickered, transforming into profound runes. Then they shattered. Jade radiances flickered within the southern extremity longevity emperor's eyes. Then they shattered, transforming into specks of radiance, and disappeared. He let out a groan. His entire vitality plummeted, and the 3 flowers on top of his head dimmed. The southern extremity longevity emperor didn't dare to linger any longer. He hurriedly continued fleeing and merged into the depths of the void. On the other side, Yan Zhaoge's figure appeared in front of the great Daoist Xian. Yan Zhaoge opened his mouth and spat out a stream of white qi. The white qi was vast and mighty like a heavenly river. It surged and rushed towards the great Daoist Xian Du. If I knew that junior apprentice brother Purple Way's slew had already fallen into the hands of the 9 underworlds, I wouldn't have made such an unnecessary move. Instead, I ended up suffering the consequences today. This is my fate. As the great Daoist Xian Du sighed softly, yellow and black streams of qi converged above his head, forming an illusory small square pagoda. It was the heaven-earth profound yellow exquisite qi. Now that resistance was futile, and he couldn't escape. The great Daoist Xian Du stopped all other thoughts. He closed his eyes and unleashed the heaven-earth profound yellow exquisite qi. He quietly sat within the void. Chapter 1792. After taking away the 3 treasures jade scepter and crippling the southern extremity longevity emperor's origin heavenly scripture, the jade green brilliance within Yan Zhaoge's eyes flickered intensely. He frowned slightly, but his brows quickly relaxed, and the green light in his eyes faded. While nourishing the triratna jade scepter in his hand, Yan Zhaoge looked at the great Daoist Master Xian Du. Senior brother Nya and senior sister, you are still around. I won't make things too difficult for you to save face for the Grand Supreme Elder. Yan Zhaoge looked at the illusory 4-sided small pagoda above the Xuandu great Taoist master's head, as well as the black and yellow streams of qi. However, if you think that no one can do anything to you just because you have the heaven and earth profound yellow exquisite qi, then you are too arrogant. After saying that the canopy of the 3 purities that encompassed all creation reappeared above Yan Zhaoge's head. At the edge of the canopy, endless fresh air hung down like silk ribbons. As the clear air rotated, it wrapped around the great Taoist Master Xian Du and the illusory square pagoda above his head. Then it landed on the canopy. Great Taoist Master Xian Du opened his eyes. When he used the heaven and earth mystic yellow exquisite qi, it was invulnerable to all tribulations and techniques. Although the great Taoist Master Xian Du could not do anything else at the moment, and it was even difficult for him to move. On the other hand, others could not break through his heaven and earth mystic yellow exquisite qi, and could not shake his position. If Yan Zhaoge did not break through the heaven and earth profound yellow exquisite qi, he would not be able to touch the great Taoist Xian Du. The 2 of them could only stand there in a stalemate. Although it was very embarrassing, the great Taoist Master Xian Du had at least preserved his last bit of dignity. He believed that the incongruence Divine Mother and the Cloud Sky Fairy would not use the immortal extermination formation to help Yan Zhaoge break through his heaven-earth profound yellow exquisite qi. However, Yan Zhaoge had never had any thoughts about the immortal exterminating formation. Great Taoist Master Xian Du landed on the canopy and could not move. Even if he wanted to disperse the heaven-earth Xian Huang exquisite qi, he was unable to do so. The canopy and the illusory pagoda formed an invisible cage that imprisoned him within. In the end, he had still been captured and suppressed by Yan Zhaoge. Only, as Yan Zhaoge had said, he had left the Elder Lord some face, so the situation wasn't too ugly. Yan Zhaoge strode amid space with a crown above his head and the 3 treasures jade scepter in his hand. The great sage, Heaven's equal, had borrowed the power of the 9 underworlds to create this place of creation. After the 12 citadel heavenly demon formation was destroyed, the great demons in the 9 underworlds had all flowed into this place. Above the void, the jade gate and the white lotus lingered. The 2 heretic forefathers, the immeasurable heavenly Lord and the future Buddha, did not participate in the Tao realm battle between Lao Jun, Amitabha, and the primordial heavenly demon. Their goal was to convert the devils of the 9 underworlds into their followers, turning them into a brand new source of faith power. The second forefather of the heretics had been paying close attention to the situation of the 9 underworlds today. Other than being concerned about the fight between Amitabha Buddha and the Eastern Emperor Tai, and about who would be able to ascend to the Tao realm, their motivation was the similarly huge population of the 9 underworlds. In the process of the great sage equaling heaven, shattering the 9 underworlds and opening the creation world again, he annihilated a large number of middle and lower level evil devils. Only a few great devils and ancient devils with higher cultivation realms were left. They struggled at death's door and entered the new creation world. To the immeasurable heavenly Lord and the future Buddha, it was enough if they could convert these great fiends. However, this did not include the primordial heart demon and the other 5 extinct demons. The second forefather of the heretics didn't care about them. The 12 devilish heavenly formation had already become history. There was no need for the great devils to continue guarding the formation. It would be hard for the 9 underworlds to gain anything from today's situation. They should be thinking about how to avoid greater losses. The primordial heart demon and the others were well aware of this. As such, they attempted to escape. However, everyone from Taoism, including Taoist monarch Luya, kept their eyes on them. Taoist monarch Lu, you first went to look for the devil of fire. He had gained nothing from today's situation. As such, he had to prepare for the future. Although Yang Jian and the others were paying attention to Yen Zhaoga, the Xian Du great Taoist, and the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, they didn't let the group of devils go. They obstructed the primordial heart demon and the others. In a short period of time, Yen Zhaoga heavily injured the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and suppressed the Xian Du great Taoist. Yang Jian, Neza, and the others felt complicated. However, they still let out a sigh of relief. Water devil, earth devil, give me your lives. Yen Zhaoga's footsteps were neither fast nor slow, while a mountain-like pressure enveloped the group of devils. The earth devil looked at Yen Zhaoga, and his hoarse voice sounded like sand rubbing against each other. Even my 9 underworlds' great tribulation can't hope for more. Being able to experience the might of a Taoism heavenly immortal that cultivated the 3 clear lineages is also a fortunate thing. His figure suddenly dispersed, transforming into countless sand grains. Under the assault of the raging winds, the sand grains converged and transformed into several horrifying sandstorm tornadoes, all of which came crashing towards Yen Zhaoga. Yen Zhaoga held the 3 treasures jade scepter in one hand and extended his other hand forward. He spread open his fingers and clenched towards the center. Within the void, there seemed to be a shapeless palm that encompassed a vast and boundless area, enveloping the entire universe. Then, the shapeless palm clenched tightly, grabbing the horrifying black sandstorm within its palm. Amidst a deep roar filled with pain, the earth devil reappeared. However, he was still clenched within Yen Zhaoga's palm. While the great devil revealed a pained expression, his gaze remained calm as he endured Yen Zhaoga's oppressive might. When the pressure reached a certain degree, the earth devil's figure shattered once again. However, this didn't signify his death. On the contrary, it was one of the earth devil's greatest abilities. The current earth devil was the sand devil. His figure could be reassembled and reassembled at will. Many people's attacks couldn't even deal any damage to him. Even if his entire body was shattered, it would merely reassemble itself. Under Yen Zhaoge's pressure, the Sand Devil's figure shattered once again. After shattering, the countless grains of sand seemed to possess a life of their own. They squirmed within Yen Zhaoge's palm and attempted to enter his body. This was one of the Sand Devil's vicious methods, which allowed him to defeat many powerful foes. Yen Zhaoge only smiled in response. Qi surged on the surface of his skin, forming a shapeless barrier. In the past, the Sand Devil could even penetrate through the golden bodies of Buddhas and great demon scales. Now, it couldn't enter Yen Zhaoge's body at all. On the contrary, the temperature within Yen Zhaoge's palm skyrocketed. A colorless, transparent flame lit up and ruthlessly smelted the grains of sand in his hand. Noiselessly, countless grains of sand melted and were smelted into a single entity. Meanwhile, the Earth Devil's aura grew weaker and weaker. His pained roars resounded incessantly. His voice grew increasingly shrill, but also softer. The Earth Devil struggled to survive. As long as a single grain of sand managed to escape, he would be able to survive even if his vitality was greatly damaged. However, to him, Yen Zhaoge's palm was akin to an entire world. No matter how he tried to escape, he couldn't escape from it. The colorless, transparent flames burned even more intensely. In a short period of time, one of the 6 great extinct devils, the Earth Devil, was refined to death by Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge dispersed the flames in his hand and looked at the clump of transparent crystals that were rapidly cooling down. Then he looked at the other wood devils, water devils, and primordial heart devils. Today, all of you shall remain here. Chapter 1793. After killing the Earth Devil, Yen Zhaoge didn't stop and continued walking towards the other great devils. He took a step forward and arrived in front of the Wood Devil. He raised his palm and slammed it towards the Wood Devil. Due to Suo Mingzhang's presence, the Wood Devil wasn't able to unleash his manifestation of shadows. As such, he maintained his original form of a clump of shadows. Although his combat prowess wasn't sufficient, the Wood Devil's transformations were rather powerful under this state. Previously, he managed to evade Neza's universe ring and golden brick. However, as Yen Zhaoge's palm descended, indescribable radiances appeared on his palm. Upon being shone upon by the radiances, the Wood Devil's silhouette instantly became even dimmer and weaker. Even if he wanted to shift his transformations, it would be much slower. He couldn't escape from Yen Zhaoge's palm's range. The Shadow Devil could only watch as Yen Zhaoge's palm seemed to be reversing the entire world. It came crashing towards him from all directions. The sky-blotting palm that flickered with an indescribable radiance slammed down and pressed the Shadow Devil beneath its palm. The rampaging force instantly scattered the clump of shadows. After losing his manifestation of shadows and having his other transformations suppressed by Yen Zhaoge, the Wood Devil appeared much weaker than the Earth Devil. After his shadow was scattered, it attempted to escape. However, the scattered shadow became even weaker. Under the indescribable radiance's envelopment, it became even more difficult to resist and became even dimmer. The scattered shadows gradually dissipated, and the Wood Devil's aura perished along with it. Ever since the birth of the 6 great extinct devils, other than the primordial heart devil, only the Wood Devil hadn't reincarnated. As the first-generation Wood Devil, the Shadow Devil had been active until now. However, today, he welcomed his first death. It might very well be his last. The 9 underworlds' destruction nearly destroyed the great devil's hopes of reincarnating. Even if the Wood Devil was one of the 6 great extinct devils, and the primordial heavenly devil still existed, the Wood Devil's chances of reincarnating were slim. After slaying the Earth Devil and the Wood Devil, Yen Zhaoge turned towards the primordial heart devil without any hesitation. Before the 9 underworlds puzzle, the water devil had just been reincarnated in the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Then he was snatched back by the 9 underworlds, which led to today's great tribulation. Although he had returned to the 9 underworlds because his original cultivation realm was rather low, it was difficult for him to immediately return to his peak even with the fiend god's empowerment. The 12 heavenly celestial demon formation was broken, and the group of demons fled. Therefore, Gue Shui demon, who was still weak, could only be taken by primordial heart devil and the others. Now that Yen Zhaoge had found him, the primordial heart devil couldn't even take care of himself. Although he tried his best to protect the water devil, he was still affected by Yen Zhaoge's ferocious attacks. After taking care of you today, the 3 seniors Chun, Xie, and Chu will surely return. Yen Zhaoge substituted his sword with his finger, displaying his sharpness to the fullest. Although the primordial heart devil seemed to exist in an illusion, it was still threatened by the sword radiance that kept spitting out. As the sword slashed downwards, a drop of clear water leaked out from the old man's sleeve. It was Yen Zhaoge severing the primordial heart devil's protection towards the water devil. In that drop of clear water, a bald monk's glabella split open, and an ice-blue radiance flickered. Tribulation. The water devil closed his eyes. Yen Zhaoge glanced at him plainly. Where his gaze landed, the water droplet instantly evaporated, leaving no trace behind in this world. This current water demon, who might also be the last water demon of this generation, had just been reborn, and now he had perished once again. After glancing at the water droplet, Yen Zhaoge retracted his gaze. As his sword radiance flickered, he slashed towards the primordial heart devil again. The primordial heart devil's illusory figure was constantly changing. However, Yen Zhaoge's sword radiance seemed to have surpassed the boundaries of formlessness. It synchronized with the primordial heart devil's state and started killing him. The horrifying sword radiance pierced through the primordial heart devil's chest. The primordial heart devil, who was the leader of the extinct devils and the number 1 devil under the Devil Lord, had a calm and solemn gaze. His face was pale as paper, and he was gravely injured by Yen Zhaoge's sword radiance. However, at the same time, the old devil also launched his counterattack. His figure seemed to have melted and disappeared like a few rays of faint sunlight. Although they seemed indiscernible, they quickly swept towards Yen Zhaoge along with Yen Zhaoge's sword radiance. The faint yet not weak sunlight shone upon Yen Zhaoge's body and fused into his body, as if a formless existence was born within the depths of Yen Zhaoge's heart. An illusory silhouette was currently condensed within the similarly illusory heart. This silhouette's facial features were exactly the same as Yen Zhaoge's. Only countless emotions surfaced within his eyes. It was as if the thoughts of billions of life forms were contained within the same shell. Although I've entered, I still can't break through his heart's defenses. The primordial heart devil, who had transformed into Yen Zhaoge's external appearance, frowned. Although he appeared within the depths of Yen Zhaoge's heart, his surroundings were empty, as if the sea of bitterness was boundless. This meant that he couldn't come into contact with Yen Zhaoge's true thoughts. Yen Zhaoge's heart might not be devoid of heart devils. However, his inner and outer devils were currently isolated and couldn't be communicated with. The primordial heart devil felt that something was amiss and wanted to escape. However, at that moment, a voice resounded from the old devil's illusory body. "Are you looking for me?" The primordial heart devil's entire mind shook. Countless emotions surged within his pupils, corresponding to the countless life forms in the world. There were humans and demons, and they were innumerable. However, At that moment, the countless life forms in front of the primordial heart devil gradually changed their appearances. All of the life forms seemed to have transformed into Yan Zhaoga's Lian Kong, and they were staring at him expressionlessly. Countless Yan Zhaoga were surrounding the primordial heart devil. The old devil let out a miserable groan, and Yan Zhaoga's external shell shattered. Within the depths of Yan Zhaoga's heart, the primordial heart devil's figure disappeared. In the real world outside, colorful light waves condensed and reappeared as the figure of an old man. The primordial heart devil was weak and powerless. Yan Zhaoga slashed his sword forward and sliced his body into two. On the profound canopy, streams of clear qi descended and revolved. After the great Taoist Xiandu, the primordial heart devil was also engulfed by the clear qi and sucked onto the canopy. As long as the sentient life forms in this world aren't extinct, you can still be reborn. It won't stop because of the 9 underworlds' destruction and the devil's Tao's decline. Primordial heart devil, you're truly remarkable. Yan Zhaoga said plainly, from a certain perspective, you're truly an undying and indestructible existence. In this aspect, you even surpass the devil ancestor. As he spoke, he raised his head and looked at the canopy. However, from today onwards, no matter how many times you're reborn, you'll still have to rely on me. On the canopy, the primordial heart devil's expression finally changed. Yan Zhaoga smiled. I'll slash you every time you're reborn. I guarantee that you won't stay in this world for more than a breath's time. Today, let's go for the first round. As he spoke, he raised his hand and slashed with his sword, piercing through the primordial heart devil's body. Chapter 1794. The sword light twisted in midair, thoroughly shredding the primordial heart devil's body. The primordial heart devil, who was already heavily injured, was sucked in by the canopy. He couldn't resist or evade, so how could he withstand Yan Zhaoga's sword? He couldn't struggle any longer. Among the 6 extinct devils, other than the wood devil, only the primordial heart devil had never perished. Now, just like the wood devil, he perished for the first time because of Yan Zhaoga. As the origin and ancestor of all devils, the primordial heart devil wasn't afraid of perishing. As long as creation existed and sentient life forms hadn't perished, even if the primordial heart devil perished, he could always be reborn by relying on other living beings, heart devils. The only difference would be the speed of his rebirth and the time he recovered his strength. Moreover, unlike other great devils that required a suitable physique to be reborn, the primordial heart devil didn't need a physique to be reborn. Now that the 9 underworlds had perished and the devils had perished, the other great devils, such as the wood devil and the water devil, had lost their chance to be reborn. However, the primordial heart devil was still unaffected. However, the canopy above Yan Zhaoga's head held the primordial heart devil within. The primordial heart devil perished on the canopy. Even if he was reborn, he would still be born on the canopy. His future fate could already be foreseen. Every time he was reborn, he would be immediately killed by Yan Zhaoga. After a long period of perishing, he would finally be reborn into the human world. However, he would perish within a short period of time. He might not even have the chance to open his eyes and see a brand new world. In the future, this strongest grand heavenly realm devil lord would forever be trapped in the cycle of life and death, unable to extricate himself. Yan Zhaoga stood by the void and looked to the other side. There, Tao Lord Lu Ya was subduing the devil of third fire, while the other great demons were watching by the side. This generation's devil of third fire used the demon race as his physique and was reborn in the Astro Mountains' starry seas. In the past, due to Tao Lord Lu Ya's arrangements, the devil of third fire was able to safely return to the 9 underworlds. Many years had passed since then, and he had already recovered his previous peak cultivation. With his immense strength, he was one of the best devil lords. However, Tao Lord Luya had done something to him. Now, the devil of third fire wouldn't be able to do anything. Under the control of others, and facing the threat of the immortal slaying flying saber, the devil of third fire could not do anything at all. His ending was already determined. Tao Lord Luya didn't feel proud after subduing the fire fiend. On the other side, Yen Zhaoge was sweeping through the group of devils. Aside from the devil of aged metal and the devil of third fire, the other 4 of the 6 extinct devils had perished in his hands. After the Buddhas of the Western Pure Lands, Yen Zhaoge single-handedly swept through the group of 9 underworld's great devils. All the onlookers, be it friend or foe, were shocked at this moment. Yen Zhaoge already had the title of young heavenly lord a long time ago, even though he displayed shocking strength during the grand virtual realm, even though everyone guessed that Yen Zhaoge would become even more extraordinary after ascending to the grand heavenly realm. However, when their speculations turned into reality, it was still a huge blow to their minds, especially when everyone felt that their earlier guess about Yen Zhaoge might have still been too conservative. Even the Jade Door and the White Lotus up in the air had powerful wills that were indistinctly visible as they paid attention to Yen Zhaoge. The other fiends were either slain or captured by Yang Qi at this moment. Most of the evil devils were purified by the immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Due to the future Buddha's previous loss, the immeasurable heavenly lord had the upper hand, while the immortal court had gathered more fiends to suppress. The difference in the strength and number of experts of the 2 heretic lineages might change because of this. However, that was only compared to the conflict between the 2 lineages. Compared to the Taoism lineages, Orthodox Buddhism, and the demon race, there was still an innate disparity. Without mentioning others, just Yen Zhaoge, who was currently standing within the newly created universe, was sufficient to make the heretics restless. The Jade Door and the White Lotus remained motionless by the void, emanating immense pressure. For the future Buddha, Maitreya, the reason why he helped Yen Zhaoge obstruct the immeasurable heavenly lord was so that the great sage could successfully ascend to the Tao realm. Now that the new Tao ancestor had been born, the Maitreya Buddha no longer had to obstruct the immeasurable heavenly lord. Without the Maitreya Buddha's obstruction, the immeasurable heavenly lord's descent wouldn't be an issue. Only the elder lord and the great sage, who seemed to be focused on their battle and didn't care about anything else, were still existences that couldn't be neglected. The immortal extermination formation was also faintly discernible above the immortal court. After a long period of silence, the White Jade Door didn't descend. Yen Zhaoge and the others were also paying attention to the battle between the Tao realm bigwigs. The outcome of this battle would determine the overall situation of the world for a long time to come. This round has come to an end. Only the dust is left to settle, and we'll see the outcome between the primordial heavenly devil and the vast freedom heavenly devil. The 12 devilish heavenly formation dissipated, and Feng Yinsheng gradually returned to normal. She looked afar. There, a few Tao ancestors were fighting, and it didn't seem to contain any worldly emotions. However, that battlefield seemed to be located at a boundlessly high place. Others could see it clearly, but they would never be able to touch the Tao realm bigwigs, who were fighting. If the primordial heavenly devil didn't succeed in breaking out of the seal, the 9 underworlds would suffer a huge loss, and they would be annihilated. The Tai deity slowly said to his disciple, Neza, beside him, however, now that the primordial heavenly devil has successfully broken out of the seal, even if the 9 underworlds were destroyed and the devils perished, the devil Tao might still have a chance to revive. Neza nodded. Although he had always been faster than his brain and was impulsive, he could still understand the situation in front of him. As the leader of all devils, as long as the primordial heavenly devil, the ancestor of all devils, was still around, no matter how slim the hope of the Devil Tao was, there would still be a chance in the future. Previously, the 9 underworlds only had the vast, freedom heavenly devil, but now there were 2 devil ancestors. Even if the 12 devilish heavenly formation collapsed, the 9 underworlds collapsed, and the devils perished, the weight of the 2 devil ancestors was still there. To put it bluntly, in terms of direct combat power, the Devil Tao was even stronger than before. Because of that, the primordial heavenly devil and the vast freedom heavenly devil were now facing the fierce attacks of the Lao Jun, the East Emperor Tai, and the monkey. The Amitabha Buddha had the intention to continue looking for the Maitreya Buddha, but after the Maitreya Buddha had suffered a loss previously, he was now very cautious. It was difficult for the Amitabha Buddha and the immeasurable heavenly Lord to stop him. Although the East Emperor Tai also made things difficult for the Devil Tao, he was also keeping a close eye on the Amitabha Buddha. The green lotus floated in the void for a few rounds before landing. As expected, it helped the second Devil Tao. When the Amitabha Buddha transcended, the Taishang devil would truly descend into the world. Now that the 12 devilish heavenly formation had been broken, the Devil Tao had become the natural help of the Amitabha Buddha. The White Lotus and the Jade Gate were faintly discernible, restraining each other. The East Emperor Tai, who had been keeping an eye on the Amitabha Buddha, immediately went forward and once again faced his direct competitor, the Amitabha Buddha. The Taishang Laojun chuckled and pushed the crown on his head again. Clear air rushed out and split into 3. Chapter 1795. The battle between the Tao ancestors became more and more intense. Previously, they were fighting within the 12 devilish heavenly formation, which wasn't apparent to outsiders. Now that the 12 devilish heavenly formation was broken and the 9 underworlds was destroyed, the terror of the battle between Tao realm bigwigs was exceptionally shocking. While it seemed like a casual battle, it was actually capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. The Tao ancestors seemed to be at a faraway place that others couldn't reach. While others couldn't touch them, they could touch the entire fortune. No matter if it was the original Great 1,000 Worlds or the new fortune created by the monkey ascending to the Tao realm, they were all faintly trembling. The primordial heavenly devil and the vast freedom heavenly devil no longer had anything to fear. They only wanted to escape, which was why they fought without any reservations. However, the Eastern Sovereign Tai, the Amitabha Buddha, the immeasurable heavenly Lord, and the Maitreya Buddha's battle wasn't as intense. While they fought against each other, they vaguely formed a curtain that stopped the shockwaves from the Tao realm bigwigs battle. Otherwise, even the Astro Mountains, Starry Seas, the Western Pure Lands, the Immortal Court, and the blessed lands of the White Lotus might be affected as well. With that, the Tao realm bigwigs' images became erratic once again, and their true forms couldn't be discerned anymore. Above the void, the Jade Door and the White Lotus were facing off, while the Ancient Bell and the Green Lotus were in a stalemate. Further away, a Taiji diagram unfolded, and a golden cudgel was waving around. A black mirror and a round pearl were continuously fighting against each other. The black mirror was naturally the vast freedom heavenly devil, while the golden cudgel was the monkey. The primordial heavenly devil's current image was a round pearl. The pearl's surface didn't have any radiance flickering, and its interior wasn't bright nor dark. Instead, it was chaotic and blurry. As the primordial heavenly devil transformed, it would occasionally shrink into a point that was almost non-existent. At other times, it would enlarge into a vast expanse with blurry edges, resembling a clump of clouds. Currently, the Taiji diagram that was fighting against the primordial heavenly devil was formed by the Supreme Elder Lord. Both sides were fighting against each other. The Taiji diagram and the golden cudgel worked together to gain the upper hand, suppressing the primordial chaos pearl and the jet-black ancient mirror. Although the great sage had just ascended to the Tao realm, he doesn't fear a few Tao ancestors born during the earlier heaven stage. Feng Yunxing stood beside Yin Zhaoge and looked up towards the void. That's right, Yin Zhaoge similarly gazed at that distant battlefield. The two sides fought for a while. After the Taiji painting repelled the chaos bead, it turned and attacked the pitch-black ancient mirror together with the Jingu Bang. The black mirror couldn't withstand it and retreated in panic. The chaos bead made a comeback, but as the Taiji diagram spun, it seemed to produce an invisible barrier that blocked the chaos bead. Although the spectators couldn't see the details, they all knew that the primordial demon couldn't do anything to the heaven and earth yellow exquisite pagoda above Lao Juan's head. While the chaos bead was obstructed, the Taiji symbol swept up the pitch-black ancient mirror in midair. The Jingu Bang was ferocious, and it immediately smashed towards the mirror. The primal chaos bead intercepted the Jingu Bang, and the Jingu Bang immediately clashed with him. On the other side, the Taiji diagram wrapped around the pitch-black ancient mirror and refused to let go. As the yin-yang fish pattern spun, the surface of the pitch-black ancient mirror was immediately covered in dust. It was no longer bright and became increasingly turbid. As time passed, cracks began to appear on the surface of the mirror. The cracks went from small to obvious, and they grew larger and clearer. The chaos bead flew over once more, but it was still blocked by the Taiji diagram, unable to harm the Taiji diagram. Instead, the Jingu Bang chased after it, causing the chaos bead to shake. The phenomenon of infinite chaos seemed to have dimmed somewhat because of this. The green lotus finally couldn't hold it in anymore, and rushed over after shaking off the ancient bell. The Amitabha Buddha didn't attack the Elder Lord. Instead, he joined up with the vast freedom heavenly devil and helped him escape from the Elder Lord's attack. The primordial heavenly devil did the same, facing the attacks of the Taiji diagram, the golden cudgel, and the ancient bell. The green lotus, the chaos bead, and the black mirror all paid a different price. The petals on the green lotus shattered and fell. The scenes within the chaos bead seemed to have become much clearer, and the pitch-black ancient mirror was filled with cracks. After suffering some losses, the vast freedom heavenly devil and the primordial heavenly devil finally escaped with the help of the Amitabha Buddha. The white jade door, formed by the immeasurable heavenly Lord, disappeared along with them. The great battle finally ended. The turbulent creation of the universe gradually regained its peace. Oh, I was just wondering if the primordial heavenly devil and the vast freedom heavenly devil would suddenly change sides and assist the East Sovereign in killing the Amitabha Buddha. Yin Zhaoge stroked his chin. In the competition between the Amitabha Buddha and the East Sovereign Tai, the Amitabha Buddha would automatically win by eliminating the Maitreya Buddha. Other than that, the more direct method would naturally be to eliminate the East Sovereign Tai himself. The logic was the same the other way. If the East Sovereign Tai wanted to win, other than protecting the Maitreya Buddha, there was another method, which was to eliminate the Amitabha Buddha. If the primordial heavenly devil and the vast freedom heavenly devil wanted the faceless heavenly devil to descend, they needed the Amitabha Buddha to leave this world. While the Buddha's transcendence was one method, there was also a second method to make him disappear. Feng Yunxing turned to look at Yin Zhaoge helplessly. Yin Zhaoge shrugged. Under the premise of success, it's not impossible for the second patriarchs of the evil Tao to do so. Without the Amitabha Buddha, the East Sovereign wouldn't care about the primordial heavenly devil and the vast freedom heavenly devil's existence. Yin Zhaoge said, only the Elder Lord and the great sage would probably continue to make things difficult for them. Even if they could successfully send the Amitabha Buddha to perish together, they would most likely have to pay a price. Without the Amitabha Buddha's assistance, it would be even harder for the two heavenly devils to escape from the Supreme Elder Lord and the monkey. If they couldn't wait for the faceless heavenly devil's true descent, the primordial heavenly devil and the vast freedom heavenly devil situation would only worsen. With such a huge risk, they might as well escape first before planning for the future. This might be the reason why the two heavenly devils didn't turn against them. Also, the Elder Lord's thoughts are hard to guess. Who knows if he would suddenly change his mind halfway through? Yen Zhaoge grinned. In the end, the primordial heavenly devil and the vast freedom heavenly devil still managed to escape today's tribulation. Feng Yunqing frowned. They still have the hope of making a comeback. In today's battle, it's still hard to tell if the devils gained or lost, Yen Zhaoge said. However, based on the current situation, it's undoubtedly a loss. Although the primordial heavenly devil had successfully broken out of the seal, and the devils had two Tao realm bigwigs existing in this world. However, in the previous battle, the two heavenly devils had suffered a huge loss, especially the vast freedom heavenly devil, who had almost perished. No one knew how long it would take for him to recover. Even if he could recover to his peak state, it was still a question mark. The existence of the primordial heavenly devil, the head of the devils, and the origin of the devils gave the devils a chance to rise again. But today, he had also suffered a great loss. The opportunity for the demonic path to rise again would probably be delayed indefinitely. As for the Western Pure Lands, they wouldn't be satisfied with the outcome of today's battle. Chapter 1796. Although he had won two temporary allies, Amitabha Buddha had also suffered some losses in order to help the Mahesvara heavenly demon escape. The Mahesvara heavenly demon almost died, and he would not be able to help Amitabha for a long time to come. The only new ally that Amitabha could make use of at the moment was the addition of the primordial demon. After all, the primordial demon represented the devil Tao first before talking about joining forces with the Amitabha Buddha, as Yen Zhaoge had expected. If the situation changed, and the situation allowed it, the devils might become a threat to the Amitabha Buddha at any time. Buddha Amitabha was naturally aware of this. When dealing with the two sky fiends, he had to be on his guard while borrowing their help. This naturally couldn't compare to the addition of a new Buddha ancestor to the Western Pure Lands. Today, the monkey was the one who succeeded in the 9 underworlds puzzle. The demon race could accept this outcome, and so could the Taoism. However, the Western Pure Lands wouldn't be able to gain any benefits from this. In the conflict between Amitabha and the Eastern monarch Tai, the monkey would undoubtedly help the latter. Moreover, compared to the two sky fiends and the Amitabha Buddha, the monkey's help to the Eastern Emperor Tai was undoubtedly more reliable. The ancient Dipankara Buddha had painstakingly planned for many years to compete for the 9 underworlds. Now that he had failed and missed this opportunity, it was very likely that he would have no hope of entering the Tao realm for the rest of his life. After losing all the sea calming pearls, even his personal strength would inevitably decline. At the same time, Yen Zhaoge swept through the Western Paradise's group of Buddhas. The unbreakable Vajra Buddha, the Mahesthamaprapta Bodhisattva, and the other Buddhism bigwigs were either killed or injured. The Western Pure Lands suffered a huge loss from the 9 underworlds layout, and their vitality suffered a huge blow. In comparison, the situation of their old rivals, the demon race, was slightly better. Although the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles was severely injured and Tao Lord Lu Ye had missed out on the 9 underworlds puzzle today, his future uncertain, the monkey's ascension to the Tao realm was great news to the demon race. From a certain perspective, it could be said that Tao Lord Luya had lost the fight for the Tao realm opportunity. However, the Astro Mountains star ocean of the demon race had won. The biggest difference between the monkey and primordial heavenly devil was that primordial heavenly devil was Buddha Amitabha's personal ally. After Buddha Amitabha transcended, the Orthodox Buddhism couldn't count on the two great heavenly devils, nor could they count on formless heavenly devil. On the other hand, even if the Eastern monarch Tai transcended, the monkey would still protect the demons of the mountains and seas. The demons still had a backbone. At the same time, Buddha Amitabha and the heavenly lord of the immeasurable had failed to kill the future Buddha, Maitreya, for Dong Wang Tai and the demon race. Today could be said to be a complete victory. All of their goals had been achieved. The only problem was that they needed to share this victory with others. Although he had won, strictly speaking, he had only won half the battle. The monkey could be considered as the new Tao ancestor of the demon race, but he could also be considered as the new Tao ancestor of the Orthodox Taoism. After the Grand Supreme Elder made a move today, it was still hard to say what would happen in the future. However, most of the time, the monkey would support the Tao sect. Coupled with the existence of the immortal extermination formation, the Orthodox Taoism was now even more powerful. As Yan Zhaogo ascended to the Tao realm, Suo, Mingzhang, and Feng Yinxing's strength continued to improve. The overall strength of Orthodox Taoism's grand heavenly realm experts displayed a terrifying might. Even if Mahamyuri also participated in the war, the Tao sect's grand heavenly immortal still had the strength to fight against all the heroes of the world by himself. As long as the Tao realm powerhouses did not appear, the Orthodox Taoism was the leader of the world, and it was comparable to its peak in the past. For the Orthodox Taoism, they had also achieved their goals. Although the monkey wouldn't stand firmly on Taoism's side if they were to clash with the demon race, the outcome was already good enough. After all, if the monkey wasn't the candidate, the future Buddha might not have stopped the immeasurable heavenly lord from risking his life. Of course, this time, the two heretic patriarchs had actually struck it rich without making a sound. They had profited greatly. Even if the future Buddha, Maitreya, suffered some losses after being besieged by the Amitabha Buddha and the immeasurable heavenly lord, he still received a bountiful harvest after purifying many infernal devils. Only, these harvests were still superficial. Especially now that the Orthodox Taoism was becoming stronger, it posed a huge threat to the two heretics. In particular, the immortal court was having trouble sleeping and eating. With the monkey's support, the immortal extermination formation, and the grand heavenly realm heavenly immortals suppressing the other Taoism heavenly immortals, the three clear lineage was slowly gaining the ability to launch a counterattack against the immortal court. Let's start preparing. Neza looked at everyone. Flames seemed to be leaping within his eyes. Now that the Elder Lord has just made his move, his aura has yet to dissipate. His attitude would definitely attract the suspicion of others. The other factions would be more wary of the Elder Lord than before. Perfected Tai let out a long sigh. The timing is perfect. However, we mustn't underestimate our enemies. He glanced at Tao Lord Immortal Luya and the other great demons who had retreated. Maitreya Buddha is fine. If this continues, His Majesty Donghuang will definitely transcend before Amitabha when this era ends. Under the current circumstances, the demon race's attitude would be more ambiguous. The current Orthodox Taoism was too domineering. The group of demons was also under considerable pressure, not to mention what would happen after the Eastern Sovereign Tai transcended. Even if the Eastern Sovereign Tai didn't transcend and Taoism and the demon race clashed, the monkey's attitude would be hard to predict. Without the Eastern Sovereign Tai's deterrence, the Astro Mountain Starry Sea wouldn't be able to resist against the domineering Yan Zhaoga and the others. Even if the future Buddha wanted to help, he had to be wary of the immortal extermination formation. The Elder Lord's aura had yet to dissipate, which made others even more wary. However, it was still unknown whether he would continue to make his move. The Elder Lord wasn't a chess player, and every step he took was linked. At the end of the day, he only liked to throw stones on someone else's chessboard. If the Elder Lord didn't make his move, the Eastern Sovereign Tai wouldn't do anything. Even if the Amitabha Buddha and the primordial heavenly devil weren't in a stable state, they might join forces with the immeasurable heavenly Lord. By then, even if Taoism had the monkey and the immortal extermination formation, the outcome wouldn't be optimistic. Since this matter involved the immortal court and was related to the future Buddha, he might participate in it. However, how he would participate, when he would participate, and how much he would participate were unknown. As such, there were many things that needed to be considered and communicated with the other factions. It's necessary to prepare for a rainy day and make a proper plan. Yen Zhaoge smiled and said, "However, the time for us Orthodox Taoism to set things right and cleanse the universe is about to arrive." Everyone looked at each other, beaming with joy. Ever since the great calamity, Taoism had fallen into the abyss. Taoism's descendants struggled bitterly and suffered heavy casualties. After that, in order to fight for the immortal extermination formation, all of Taoism's descendants who were still alive came out and gave it their all. Finally, the immortal extermination formation returned to the free, clear lineage, and Taoism's resurgence was finally seen. Today, after the 9 underworld situation, Taoism's fortunes had finally turned. Chapter 1797. Everyone from the Tao sect sighed endlessly in their hearts when they recalled the dangers they had encountered along the way, and how difficult it was. Now is the time to attack the immortal court. At this moment, a voice resounded in everyone's ears. In the void, the green lotus, the jade door, the chaos bead, and the black mirror had long disappeared. The Taiji painting had also disappeared. The bronze bell and the white lotus had also dissipated. Only the Jingu Bang landed in the newly opened primordial world. Amidst the flashes of light, the monkey dressed in Taoist robes once again appeared before everyone. Although its appearance was the same as before, the monkey now seemed to be born with an extremely lofty and untouchable feeling. Congratulations to the great sacred ancestor for achieving victory. Yen Zhaoge and the others congratulated the monkey. The monkey raised a furry paw and waved it. In the end, the great freedom heavenly demon escaped. It's not a victory. However, that old devil also suffered a great loss, so he has to hide and lick his wounds. Monkey said, "Other than that, Amitabha has also suffered some injuries this time around. He won't be able to make a move for the time being. Otherwise, the distance between him and Dong Huang will grow. By then, even without Mithria, Dong Huang will still be one step ahead of him." Hearing his words, the eyes of Yen Zhaoge and the others all lit up. "Great sacred ancestor, please take action when the time comes." Perfected Tai cupped his hands. "Go ahead, I won't be absent," said Monkey with a smile. His roots were in the broad chestnut wilderness, in the demon race. Even though he had given up the earth essence stone, the kinship of incense still remained. However, when he ascended to the Tao realm, he actually walked the path of the Tao sect. Immeasurable heavenly Lord, old son, was just about to spar with him. It's best if Amitabha and primordial heavenly demon don't interrupt me. Monkey raised his eyes, and his gaze seemed to land on the immortal court. These can now be returned to their rightful owners. Yen Zhaoge's North Ocean clone carried the earthly essence stone and the Ru-Yi golden cudgel as he walked forward. However, the monkey waved his hand. "Little friend, you can keep it. There's no need to return it to me." He then looked at Yang Jian and Neza and smiled. I was in a hurry previously, so I didn't have time to talk to these two old acquaintances. Both of you have suffered in the past. To be able to reunite now is already a fortunate thing. Yang Jian smiled. Neza, on the other hand, did not say anything. He looked at Monkey and sighed, causing his master, perfected Tai, to cough dryly. The monkey didn't mind Neza's slightly rude gaze. He smiled and pointed at Yang Jian. Yang Erlang, you're not far from the Tao state. I'll be waiting for you. Then, looking at Yen Zhaoga, he smiled. Don't be late, little friend. Fate has its own way. It cannot be rushed and cannot be delayed. Yen Zhaoga and Yang Jian both laughed upon hearing his words. Whether one could ascend to the Tao realm, apart from one's own strength, it also depended on one's luck. Just like the ancient Dipankara Buddha, Tao Lord Luya, the great Taoist Master Xiandu, and the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, if they missed the opportunity today, they might not have another chance. Among them, the ancient Dipankara Buddha had already made preparations in the Middle Era and had been planning and waiting in silence. But today, he had failed, and all the possibilities of the past had gone up in smoke. Yen Zhaoga and Yang Jian naturally understood this principle. However, with their attitude, they were definitely not lacking in confidence. Little friend, you still need to accumulate your strength. On the other hand, it's hard for you to ascend to the Tao realm. The monkey then said to Suo Mingzhang and Feng Yunsheng, as for little friend Feng, you have to be patient and wait for the arrival of the Dharma-ending era. Suo Mingzhang and Feng Yunsheng cupped their hands and thanked the monkey. After chatting for a while more, everyone left the new fortune. When they turned around, they saw a golden cudgel piercing through the cosmos and spanning across the boundless void. The development within the fortune suddenly sped up. The chaotic space gradually stabilized, and the four elements stabilized. Layers of worlds were faintly discernible. This is a new vast world. Yen Zhaoga and the others looked at each other. It was also the new focal point of the other factions. Today's 9 underworlds layout was the subsequent development of the devil's downfall. Although the monkey was the one who opened it, if the other Tao ancestors were to interfere, there would definitely be another round of competition. However, in comparison, Taoism and the demon race would definitely have the upper hand compared to the Western Pure Lands. The Western Pure Lands and the Immortal Court had to stabilize themselves first. They had to be more worried about the orthodox Taoism and the Astro Mountains starry seas taking advantage of them. In fact, Yen Zhaoga and the others had the thought of chasing after them. As such thoughts flashed through his mind, the horizon became close. Yen Zhaoga and the others returned to the Taoism myriad heavens and returned to their respective cave manners. Yen Zhaoga, Feng Yunsheng, and the others returned to the Broad Creed Mountain in the sky beyond skies. The Broad Creed Mountain's fellow disciples naturally congratulated Yen Zhaoga for ascending to the grand heavenly realm. After greeting everyone, Yen Zhaoga first asked, "Has my father returned?" After ascending to the grand heavenly realm and cultivating the origin heavenly scripture, his senses were extremely sharp. Not only did Yen Zhaoga sense Yendi's return, but he also vaguely felt that Yendi had successfully passed through the origin heavenly tribulation and became a grand heavenly immortal, only a little earlier than you guys. However, he went into seclusion the moment he returned. Yuan Zhengfeng said, "Moreover, he's in seclusion. We don't know the exact details. However, he did leave behind a message. It's related to the jade plate he obtained previously." Yen Zhaoga went into deep thought. That jade plate seemed to contain some sort of secret, and it was related to Yendi. From the looks of it now, Yendi would only be able to see through the secret after ascending to the grand heavenly realm. Only how long would it take? The duration of seclusion varied. However, most of the time, it was relatively long. While Yen Zhaoge was deep in thought, the others were filled with praises. Even his fellow disciples felt like it was a dream. The father and son ascended to the grand heavenly realm together. In everyone's memory, it was an unprecedented event. If one looked at Feng Yunsheng beside Yen Zhaoge, it would be even more praiseworthy. Shuefei smiled by the side. As someone who personally participated in the 9 Underworlds puzzle, he witnessed the entire process of Yen Zhaoge's attack. In the past, among the blessed lands of Saha's 35 Buddhas, the Vajra Unbreakable Buddha, who possessed the golden body with the highest defense, was killed by Yen Zhaoge's 3 punches. The Bodhisattva of Guanyin and the Samantabhadra of both Buddhism and Taoism managed to escape due to Yen Zhaoge's sentiments. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was sent into samsara. The Amitabha Buddha's right-hand attendant, the Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva, perished. The Western Pure Land's second-in-command, the Dipankara Ancient Buddha, had his sea-calming pearls seized and fled. The Xuandu Great Taoist and the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor managed to survive because they were both from Taoism. However, one of them was suppressed, while the other escaped with heavy injuries after his Triratna scepter was seized. The 9 Underworld's 6 extinct devils, the Earth Devil, the Water Devil, and the Wood Devil, all perished under Yen Zhaoge's hands. The leader of the extinct devils, the number 1 devil beneath the Tao realm, the primordial heart devil, was also subdued by Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge almost single-handedly swept through the crowd. This didn't include the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles, who was gravely injured because of him when he was still a grand virtual immortal. Grand heavenly immortal physique, undying embodiment. Shuefei chuckled. Compared to other grand heavenly immortals, junior apprentice brother, Yen is walking on a more deserving path of undying. Chapter 1798. The road is easy to walk, but the Tao is hard to walk. Hearing Shuefei's words, Yen Zhaoge replied with a smile. Everyone laughed as Yen Zhaoge continued, I will first make a trip to Jade Capital Crag. After taking his leave, Yen Zhaoge appeared outside Jade Capital Crag. Although he had ascended to the grand heavenly realm and was everywhere, he still adhered to etiquette in Jade Capital Crag and entered through the mountain gate. Of course, the disciple guarding the Jade Capital Crag immediately notified Yen Zhaoge and invited him to enter the mountain to meet Yu Xinbei. Yu Xinbei received the news and immediately went out to welcome them. Martial Uncle Yu. Yen Zhaoge and Yu Xinbei didn't stand on ceremony. However, Yu Xinbei returned the gesture and congratulated Yen Zhaoge for ascending to the grand heavenly realm. Then he continued with his usual conversation. At this moment, this resolute and solemn man's hands were trembling, which was rare. Yu Xinbei seemed to have guessed Yen Zhaoge's intentions. However, he didn't take the initiative to ask. Instead, he stared at Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge smiled slightly. We succeeded. He opened his sleeves, and 2 figures were sent out by a faint and clear qi. A man and a woman sat side by side, each with their left and right hands extended, their palms pressed against each other. They were Nie Jingxin and Yu Yi. The 2 of them held one hand in front of their chests, while their other hand formed a sword seal. Both of them closed their eyes and quietly adjusted their breathing. Seeing this, Yu Xinbei's breathing instantly stopped. The destruction of the 12 Citadel Heavenly Fiend God formation has affected senior apprentice brother Nie somewhat. Yen Zhaoge explained. However, it should be fine. I'll let senior apprentice brother Nie pass the primordial beginning peerless auspicious cloud to fuse with his earlier heaven nascent form. With my primordial heavenly tribulation and the 9 underworlds decay, he should be able to slay the devil of aged metal. If Nya Jingshan became the reincarnation body of the primordial heavenly demon, it would be hard to turn back. Now, the rain was finally over. Yen Zhaoge came behind the two, pressing his palms against their backs. Nya Jingshan and Yu Ye's bodies trembled, and they simultaneously opened their eyes. Their palms separated from each other, returning to their original form and slowly exhaling. Nya Jingshan looked at his right hand and subconsciously looked to his right. A green-clothed woman was also looking at him on the left. Nya Jingshan's lips moved, but no sound came out. Yu Yi didn't speak either. She simply stared at him, and a smile gradually blossomed on her face. Nya Jingshan turned his head and faced his master. Yu Zhenbei's expression remained stern, but his gaze became extremely gentle. The black-clothed youth stood up from the ground and slowly knelt before the dignified man in front of him. His lips moved, and he finally said, "Master, I'm back." Just like Yen Zhaoge, Nya Jingshan had also ascended to the grand heavenly realm. As Yu Zhenbei's heart surged, he couldn't care less about his etiquette. He took a deep breath, raised his head slightly, and paused for a moment before saying, Good. Apart from this sentence, Yu Zhenbei seemed to be unable to say anything else. Nya Jingshan bowed towards Yu Zhenbei a few times. Then he stood up and turned around to look at Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge smiled, raised his arm, clenched it into a fist, and extended it towards Nya Jingshan. Upon seeing this, a smile appeared on Nya Jingshan's tensed face. He clenched his fist in the same manner and clashed it against Yen Zhaoge's fist. Yen Zhaoge retracted his hand. He looked at Nya Jingshan, then at Yu Yi. Then he smiled towards Yu Zhenbei, senior apprentice uncle. There are still some things that happened after the 9 Underworlds layout. Let's take a look at them. All right. Yu Zhenbei nodded and brought Yen Zhaoge away. The two gave Nya Jingshan and Yu Yi some space at the same time. After exiting from Yu Zhenbei's place, Yen Zhaoge looked back at the Jade Capital Crag and let out a long sigh. During this 9 Underworlds layout, not only did Taoism obtain what they wanted, but Yen Zhaoge had also gained a lot. As spoils of war, there were quite a few tangible and intangible items. The Samantabhadra's devil-subduing pestle and the 3 Laws Golden Lotus were all supreme treasures. Grand Heavenly Realm immortal artifacts no longer held much significance to the current Yen Zhaoge. However, they could still be used elsewhere. The Guanyin Bodhisattva's pristine jade bottle was a great treasure. More importantly, it contained an endless amount of sweet pouring raindrops. This item had many uses, and it was hard to count them all. No matter if it was nurturing spirit herbs, cleansing impurities, artifact refinement, pill refinement, or even healing injuries, they could all display irreplaceable effects. Previously, during Yen Zhaoge's wedding, the Guanyin Bodhisattva had gifted some sweet pouring raindrops as a congratulatory gift. Due to the limited amount, it was already extremely precious. Now that Yen Zhaoge had obtained the pristine jade bottle, he could use it freely and display even more of its effects. However, compared to the 18C calming pearls, the above items paled in comparison. His previous gains weren't even as valuable as the 18C calming pearls. The changes of the Great Thousand Worlds in the past had already stabilized by now. Currently, Taoism's myriad heavenly realms had a new foundation, mostly relying on the 6C calming pearls obtained from the immortal extermination formation. With Yen Zhaoge, Yang Jian, and other top-notch grand heavenly realm expert strength, it wasn't difficult for them to establish a new cosmos that could contain many worlds. However, to maintain the cosmos' normal operations, allowing it to live as long as the Great Thousand Worlds, allowing it to prosper for a long time, or even flourish even further, it would require a lot of effort. The simplest method was for the grand heavenly immortal to reside within it for a long time. Otherwise, he would have to think of other methods. The sea calming pearls derivation of the myriad heavens was the most suitable method. Now that all 24 sea calming pearls had returned to Taoism, it would aid in Taoism's development. In the new primordial world created by the monkey, Taoism of profit had also seized the initiative. Other than the sea calming pearl, Yen Zhaoge had also obtained the Triratna scepter from the southern extremity longevity emperor. This treasure was the jade clear Taoist ancestor, the primordial heavenly lord's personal treasure. Although Yen Zhaoge didn't walk on the primordial path, he cultivated the three clear Taoist lineage. Studying this treasure had the same effect as studying it. Moreover, as Yen Zhaoge pointed at the Triratna scepter, he gradually had an idea of what to do. Perhaps the value of this treasure in his hands would surpass everyone's expectations. Of course, among all these, Yen Zhaoge's most delighted harvest was still the matter regarding Feng Yunsheng and Nie Jingshen. Even if the devils were to make a comeback, it would be a different problem. It wouldn't affect them directly. This string in his heart had been stretched taut for thousands of years. Now, he could finally relax. However, there was another matter that caught Yen Zhaoge's attention. After Yen Di ascended to the grand heavenly realm, he didn't rush to the 9 underworlds. Instead, he directly returned to the sky beyond skies for seclusion. It seemed like he was in a hurry. Other than the 9 underworlds puzzle that had been settled, it seemed like the matter regarding the jade plate had affected Yen Di to a certain extent. Perhaps Yen Di already felt that some clues were crucial, or it might have directly affected his condition. Chapter 1799. Coming out of Jade Capital Crag, Yen Zhaoge's figure appeared outside Jade Sky Peak. He didn't enter the Cold Wave Monastery. He just looked at it from afar. Back then, Chun Xuanzong and his 2 disciples were sealed in ice and sent back to this place. It had been over 1,000 years since then. Whether or not they could thaw and unfreeze them depended on themselves. Others could not help them. The 9 underworlds and the water demon were more or less affected. Fortunately, the 9 underworlds had been destroyed, and the water devil had been slain by Yen Zhaoge. The time for Chun Xuanzong and the other 2 to unseal themselves and return was ripe. As for the exact date, it would depend on themselves. With the conclusion of the 9 underworld situation, many of the previous obstacles had been resolved, allowing Yen Zhaoge to have a lot of weight lifted from his heart. In this way, he could consider other aspects. Jade green radiance flickered within Yen Zhaoge's pupils, condensing into profound runes. Then, as the light and shadow flowed, the color of the rune gradually changed from dark green to purple gold. Yen Zhaoge's gaze flickered slightly as he pondered in silence. What is it? Feng Yunsheng now appeared beside Yen Zhaoge. The southern extremity longevity emperor is still hiding something from us, said Yen Zhaoge slowly. Feng Yunsheng looked at Yen Zhaoge, and Yen Zhaoge nodded. After I'm done with the matters at hand, I'm preparing to meet Gao Han again. The matter at hand. Feng Yunsheng did not ask why Yen Zhaoge wanted to meet Gao Han. Instead, she asked, "Is it the immortal court?" Yen Zhaoge nodded. According to the great sage, Amitabha Buddha shouldn't fight against other Tao realm bigwigs at this critical juncture. Otherwise, Amitabha Buddha wouldn't be able to win against the East Sovereign, regardless of whether the Maitreya Buddha exists or not. The great freedom, heavenly demon, has suffered a huge loss. He won't be able to compete with the other Tao fathers for the time being. Yen Zhaoge's gaze flickered. Whether the primordial heavenly devil is willing to assist the immeasurable heavenly lord is still unknown. Now that we're causing trouble for the immeasurable heavenly lord, it would be hard for him to find any other Tao realm bigwigs to assist him. The monkey's participation in the battle was enough to make the immeasurable Heavenly Lord unable to attend to other matters. Even if primordial Skyfiend were to help the Heavenly Lord of the immeasurable, the future Buddha Maitreya would also take action. Although he had suffered a great loss in the hands of Amitabha, and the immeasurable Heavenly Lord, Maitreya Buddha, would definitely be happy to see the immortal court's matter succeed. It was foreseeable that he wished for the orthodox Taoism to fight against the immortal court, allowing the blessed lands of the White Lotus to reap the benefits. However, all of this was built on the premise that it could really strike the immortal court. Therefore, if the situation really required him to take action, Maitreya Buddha would definitely intervene in the end to add insult to injury and deal a heavy blow to the immortal court. This intention could not be wrong, but the question lay in the details. Therefore, while the situation of the 9 underworlds had just been settled, Yan Zhaoge and the others would not be able to just store these weapons away. On the contrary, now was the best time to find trouble with the immortal court. The 9 underworlds and the Western Pure Lands had just suffered heavy losses and needed time to recuperate. The immortal court was currently alone. If he missed such a good opportunity, he didn't know when he would get another one. This could also be considered the aftermath of Shiryu's 9th underworld puzzle. It was another spoil of war that Yan Zhaoge and the others of Taoism had obtained from the great tribulation of the 9 underworlds. It couldn't be seen, nor could it be touched. However, it was tangible. The Elder Lord returned to the Tushita Palace and no longer made any movements. The Eastern Sovereign might just watch from the sidelines. This time, he might not be able to do anything to the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. Yan Zhaoge said, "However, we can cut off his wings first." Naturally, it wasn't an easy feat to cause a Tao realm bigwig to perish during the battle that had just ended. The 2 heavenly devils managed to escape. The Elder Lord looked around arrogantly, with the heaven and earth profound yellow exquisite pagoda above his head. With his strength, he could almost fight against the 2 of them alone. However, he could only fight against them. He couldn't kill them. Only by teaming up with the monkey did the vast freedom heavenly devil suffer a huge loss. That was also because the heaven and earth profound yellow exquisite pagoda had obstructed the primordial heavenly devil. Otherwise, even if the 2 heavenly devils couldn't defeat him, they could still escape. After that, the Eastern Sovereign Tai and the Amitabha Buddha participated in the battle. If it wasn't for saving the vast freedom heavenly devil, the Amitabha Buddha, and the primordial heavenly devil wouldn't have ended up in such a pathetic state. Previously, when the Elder Lord didn't make an appearance, the orthodox Taoism didn't have a second Tao ancestor. With only the immortal extermination formation, they were wary of each other. While the immortal extermination formation couldn't harm the immeasurable heavenly Lord, it could slaughter the immortal court and destroy the immeasurable heavenly Lord's foundation. With that, he wouldn't be able to compete against the future Buddha anymore. On the other hand, if the immeasurable heavenly Lord was willing to give up on the immortal court's foundation, the immortal extermination formation wouldn't be able to stop this Tao ancestor's rage. Other than Yang Jian, Suo Mingzhang, and a few others of the Taoism lineage who could escape from this calamity, the others would be in grave danger if they were to face the immeasurable heavenly Lord who had nothing to fear. At the very least, no one below the grand heavenly immortal would be able to escape from this calamity. Currently, the flourishing Taoism heavens would follow the footsteps of the immeasurable heavenly Lord and be destroyed. However, with the monkey ascending to the Tao realm and resisting the immeasurable heavenly Lord's threat, Yan Zhaoge and the others could do whatever they wanted. During the 9 underworld situation, when Yan Zhaoge ascended to the grand heavenly realm and swept through the Western Pure Lands Buddhas, the immeasurable heavenly Lord had already foreseen the current situation. At that time, he let go of his fear towards the immortal extermination formation and was prepared to descend to the 9 underworlds to deal with Yin Zhaoge and the others. In this way, at most, they would have to part ways. It wouldn't be like now, where the immortal court might be in a situation where they could only take a beating without being able to retaliate. After successfully obtaining the immortal extermination formation, the orthodox Taoism would have the qualifications to speak on equal terms with the other major forces. After defeating the 9 underworlds, the monkey would become Taoism's new Tao realm bigwig, allowing the orthodox Taoism's strength to completely surpass the immortal court. Over 10,000 years after the Great Calamity, the 3 clear lineage and the immortal court heretic strength had finally reversed. Speaking of which, in the great sacred ancestor's heart, ascending to the Tao realm was only the first step. Feng Yunsheng said his final goal was also to transcend. However, I wonder what he had to do to take that final step. Yin Zhaoge said, such matters are hard to explain and hard to understand. Perhaps only the person himself knows about it. Even the other Tao ancestors didn't know about it. In reality, there were many legends regarding the 3 clear grand masters, the Tathagata Buddha, and the goddess Nuwa, who had already taken that step. They had successfully transcended. However, as for how they managed to take that step, countless people were discussing and guessing. It was hard to come to a conclusion. Everyone could only make deductions based on what had happened previously. As for which matter was the crux of the matter, everyone had different opinions. Perhaps only other Tao realm existences would be able to see through it after the fact. From what we know, the great sage's fortune shouldn't be in this era. There shouldn't be any conflict with the East Sovereign, said Yin Zhaoge. However, we still can't be sure. Chapter 1800. The monkey was in the ascending Tao realm, and his next step was to seek transcendence. Putting aside the Elder Lord, to a certain extent, the East Sovereign Tai and the future Buddha Maitreya, the monkey was also their competitor, competing for the chance to transcend. However, the monkey had only ascended to the Tao realm in this era. Although the East Sovereign Tai wasn't sure how the monkey would achieve transcendence, as one of the oldest existences in the world, he was confident enough. From the looks of it, the only existence that could compete with him in this era was the Amitabha Buddha. As long as the East Sovereign Tai won in this era, what happened in the next era wouldn't matter to him. Before transcendence, he would have an ally that he was on good terms with. After transcendence, there would be a Tao ancestor that could take care of the demon race. The East Sovereign Tai would definitely be happy to see that happen. Comparatively, the monkey and the future Buddha Maitreya's competition was more obvious. However, it wasn't the most direct conflict. After all, their paths were different. Although they were both competing for the transcendence position, there was still room for them to work together before that. The Maitreya Buddha's direct competitor is still the immeasurable heavenly Lord. Feng Yunsheng said, to put it bluntly, the 2 heretic ancestors would have to fight against each other first. Only then would they have the confidence to compete against the other Tao ancestors for the transcendence position. Yin Zhaoge nodded. That's right. That's right. The great sage is currently in the Tao realm of our orthodox Taoism. Although he's not on good terms with the immeasurable heavenly Lord, he's still stronger than the immeasurable heavenly Lord. This is also the reason why the immeasurable heavenly Lord helped him previously. After a slight pause, Yin Zhaoge stroked his chin. Moreover, what the great sage said earlier seemed to have some hidden meaning. You mean? Feng Yunsheng asked. The great sage seemed to view the immeasurable heavenly Lord differently and was very interested in fighting against him. That's right, Yin Zhaoge pondered. When the great sage ascends to the Tao realm, he would be able to see through many things. He isn't as tight-lipped as the other Tao ancestors, so he might reveal some secrets. Feng Yunxing's brows relaxed and frowned. We can already confirm that the Purple Tenuity Emperor was our Taoism's guardian in the past. All right, let's go. Yan Zhaoge strode forward. Since we've decided to attack the Immortal Court, some things need to be prepared beforehand. Let's settle them all at once. With a shake of his body, the scene in front of him changed from Jade Sky Peak to Ingenious Flying Peak's Red Lotus Cliff. Feng Yunsheng walked with him. Looking at the Red Lotus Cliff in front of her, she felt both worried and excited. After Meng Wan and Fu Yunqi recognized each other, she joined the Red Lotus Cliff and spent most of the year at Ingenious Flying Peak. The rest of her time was spent accompanying her master in the Eight Extremities world, Chun Minjing. In the past, Turbid Wave Pavilion had long since established a foundation in the realm beyond heaven and established a firm foothold. With Tang Yonghao establishing the Sacred Sun Clan, Chun Minjing did not return, instead remaining in Turbid Wave Pavilion as a guest elder. Thousands of years had passed. Under normal circumstances, Chun Minjing should have long since aged and exhausted her lifespan. It was all thanks to the grafted ginseng fruit tree on Broad Creed Mountain. Although the fruit it bore was far from being able to compare to the true ginseng fruit, it still had the miraculous effect of extending one's lifespan. Meng Wan obtained a spirit fruit from Broad Creed Mountain for Chun Minjing, which had the effect of bringing her back to life. Other than staying at Red Lotus Cliff and accompanying Chun Minjing, Meng Wan would occasionally stay at Wudong Slope for a few days. That place had originally belonged to her mother, Lu Xianting, and had already been renovated. Wudong Slope's current ruler, Mao Yuansheng, had also imparted her with the Phoenix True Form Scripture, causing Meng Wan to be proficient in both sides. When Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng arrived at Ingenious Flying Peak, Meng Wan was also there. After ascending to the immortal realm, she had established her own Dao arena on Ingenious Flying Peak outside of Red Lotus Cliff. Similarly, Fu Ting and He Shixing had long since broken through the immortal mortal tribulation. However, now that Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng were visiting Ingenious Flying Peak's Red Lotus Cliff, the three returned to Red Lotus Cliff and received the guests together with Fu Yunqi. Meng Wan, Fu Ting, and He Shixing had another similarity. Before becoming human exalts, they had already known of the existence of the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. As such, a seed of secrecy had been planted within their hearts. The existence of such a child gave them the possibility of being transcended by the immeasurable Heavenly Lord through space. Moreover, it would not be removed because of the growth of their cultivation. All these years, the hidden danger had always existed, but it had never erupted. Yan Zhaoge and the others naturally tried to salvage the situation. Because of Fu Yunqi's tribulation, Meng Wan and the other two were not the only ones who had similar experiences. It was just that the three of them had the highest cultivation and had the greatest achievements. More than 1,000 years had passed. Most of the people who had suffered the same calamity back then had already died of old age. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. It didn't cause any greater impact, but it also caused more losses. But for those who were still alive, they had to face the problem eventually. After transcending the origin heavenly tribulation, I gained a lot of new insights into the laws of heaven and earth. Yan Zhaoge looked at Fu Yunqi, Meng Wan, Fu Ting, and the others before him. Looking at the situation of the three of you now, I'm gradually gaining confidence. It is just that I still have to make a trip to the Immortal Court. After attaining the Zenith Heaven Immortal Realm, he checked on Meng Wan, Fu Ting, and He Shixing's condition again. His perspective was different, so naturally he had a different feeling. He already had a plan in mind, and now he was even more certain of it. As Yan Zhaoge pondered, he came to a definite conclusion. Fu Yunqi and his disciples were overjoyed when they heard his words. I've committed a huge mistake in the past, and I've been feeling uneasy all these years. Fortunately, with the Heavenly Lord's help, I'm finally able to redeem myself. I'm truly ashamed. The brocade sovereign, Fu Yunqi, thanked Yan Zhaoge and looked at Meng Wan and He Shishing apologetically. Fu Ting had been stranded in the immortal court in the past. However, Meng Wan and He Shishing's tribulation could be attributed to Fu Yunqi when his soul was in a mess. All these years, he had been feeling uneasy. Now that Yan Zhaoge had a solution, Fu Yunqi was naturally overjoyed, and he let out a sigh of relief. Meng Wan, Fu Ting, and He Shishing were also overjoyed, and they thanked Yan Zhaoge. Although they were no longer ordinary people, the three of them were still filled with excitement and excitement. Feng Yunsheng and Meng Wan looked at each other, and their faces were filled with smiles as if they were sisters. Yan Zhaoge extended his finger and drew in the air. 3 talismans were drawn, and they fell into the trio's Naiwan palace. Before everything is done, in order to ensure our safety and prevent the other party from causing trouble at the last moment, the 3 of you should stay within the sky beyond skies. He instructed, use all the techniques that we've laid down previously. Then, when you receive my talismans, stay within the sky beyond skies, and don't act rashly. Meng Wan, Fu Ting, and He Shishing nodded. Don't worry. Just wait for my return. Yan Zhaoge stood up from his chair and smiled. I'll be heading to the immortal court now. Chapter 1801. Going to the immortal court was easy to say, but it was not an easy task, as Yan Zhaoge willed. He had already appeared near the territory of the immortal court, looking at the 3,000 immortal territories and the heavenly palace of the immortal court above the countless worlds. A playful smile appeared on Yan Zhaoge's face. The last time he entered, it was to kill He Mian and wreak havoc in the heavenly palace with his golden body of the great sage. After causing a ruckus, he fled far away. More than 1,000 years had passed since then. Now, he was going to step into this place again. Yan Zhaoge raised his head slightly. High above the ethereal immortal court's heavenly palace, a white jade door could be vaguely seen. However, there was already a Jingu Bang blocking in front of him. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge lowered his gaze and walked into the territory of the immortal court. In the heaven's celestial mirror, it was also a prosperous scene. Countless experts of the immortal court were rubbing their palms together, as if they were ready to go all out. In the past, the number 1 Buddha of the blessed lands of the White Lotus under the future Buddha Maitreya, the sword Buddha Chu Su, had perished, causing the blessed lands of the White Lotus to lose a grand heavenly realm expert capable of resisting the immortal court's great dream, Heavenly Lord. As the higher-ups of both sides fought against each other, not only did the immortal court, which was initially lacking in manpower, turn the tables around, they even showed signs of winning. Over the past few years, they were filled with confidence when facing the blessed lands of the White Lotus. In the game of the 9 Nether that had just ended, Maitreya Buddha suffered another loss. As the 2 heretics fought over the demons of the netherworld and converted them, the celestial court once again gained the upper hand and gained even more. Currently, the immortal court could be said to be filled with talents. As Yan Zhaoge's gaze swept over, he could see many existences that did not resemble humans, as they had strange appearances. There were countless people below the celestial realm. Not to mention, there were many who had already pushed open the celestial gate. If these people had changed their appearances and were filled with evil auras, they would clearly be the great devils of the 9 underworlds in the past. But now, the demonic chi on these great devils' bodies had all disappeared, and instead they were filled with the precious light of wish power. The treasure light soared into the sky. Vaguely, It seemed to gather towards the white jade door. Heretics falling to the devil was one of the few ways to break away from the heretics. On the other hand, great devils could also be illuminated by the heretics and be offered as offerings to the heavenly Lord of the immeasurable or the future Buddha. With the blessing of wish power, the celestial court gained many experts and more people. However, the original population of the immortal court's 3,000 immortal mirrors had already reached a saturation point. Apart from the immeasurable heavenly Lord, the number of heretic experts that could be worshipped was also the maximum limit. Right now, in order to nurture these new people, they needed to expand their territory. Otherwise, the living space of the natives of the immortal court would be squeezed. It was fine for a short period of time, but for a long period of time, it would attract complaints which might shake the faith and worship of the people of the immortal court. This was a problem that the heretics had to consider. As a result, the current immortal court, which had a powerful army, became high-spirited. They wanted to find trouble with their old enemy, the blessed lands of the White Lotus. At the same time, they wanted to enter the newly discovered primordial fortune. Seeing this, Yen Zhaoge instead revealed a sorrowful expression. Wangguan, Lu Yu Injiao. He shook his head. The people below might not know, but the few of you should know what the outcome of the Battle of the Nine Underworlds means, right? Above the 3,000 immortal mirrors within the ethereal immortal palace, the vast heavenly emperor, Lu Yu, and the grand sway heavenly lord, Yin Jiao, who was on duty, were all looking at Yen Zhaoge with a solemn expression on their faces. In the Hades game, the monkey ascended to the grand heavenly immortal realm using the Dao Sex path and attained the body of a Dao ancestor. Other than facing the demon race, the monkey would care about old ties. When facing other forces, it was equivalent to having a second Dao ancestor besides the Grand Supreme Elder. He was also a Dao realm mighty figure who could attack at any time. The difference in strength between the orthodox Taoism and the heretics had been completely reversed. A reckoning to set things right was bound to begin. Lu Yu, Yin Jiao, Wang Guan, and the other immortal court, heavenly venerables who knew the truth, could more or less guess that this day would come. But they couldn't say anything to the people below. Doubt and panic could shake the orthodoxy of the immortal court. At that time, Yen Zhaoge and the others wouldn't even need to do anything, as the immortal court itself would be thrown into chaos. As a result, when Yen Zhaoge arrived, he saw a scene of prosperity before his eyes. Many people of the immortal court were completely kept in the dark. They knew about the destruction of the 9 underworlds. They witnessed many great devils being illuminated and the immortal court becoming more and more prosperous. They knew that the blessed lands of the White Lotuses, infernal devils couldn't compare to their own. They knew that the future Buddha had suffered a loss. They knew that the immortal court was stronger against the blessed lands of the White Lotus. These were all facts, and they weren't deceived. As a result, everyone was preparing for war, filled with the ambition to deal a fatal blow to the blessed lands of the White Lotus infernal devils. However, the problem was, other than that, there were many things that they didn't know. As a result, such a comical scene appeared in front of Yen Zhaoge's eyes. However, no one could laugh out loud. When Yen Zhaoge's voice resounded within the immortal court, most of the immortal court's people's first reaction was confusion and astonishment. Without waiting for them to react, Yen Zhaoge stepped on the void and advanced forward. As he advanced, the entire immortal court started trembling. The 3,000 immortal territories scattered along with Yen Zhaoge's footsteps and separated from the immortal court's heavenly palace. The massive immortal court formed by the immortal territories suddenly disintegrated, showing signs of crumbling. Within the void, the golden cudgel held onto the white jade door, preventing it from descending. Yen Zhaoge walked within the immortal territories. His footsteps were neither fast nor slow, and his gaze swept across his surroundings. He flipped his palm, and a tiny light spot emerged from within. It gradually expanded and was akin to the sun in the sky. The clump of light wasn't bright. Instead, it seemed a little dim and unfathomable, as if it was a blur that existed between light and darkness. Among them, a gigantic metal wheel with 12 sockets quietly rotated. The metal wheel rose. Half of it was bright, while the other half was dim. It seemed to be the boundary between light and darkness, yet it was also fused within. It was neither bright nor dark. Within the wheel's 12 sockets, unfathomable radiances were flickering. It was the immortal artifact refined by the dim radiant emperor Yin Tianxia's remains. The dim radiant wheel. Looking at the dim radiant wheel, someone within the immortal court was initially stunned. Then he recalled something, and his expression changed. Within the immortal court, the wheel of light trembled slightly as if it was alive. Yen Zhaoge extended his finger and lightly tapped on the wheel of light. A few streams of radiances scattered and descended. The few immortal court heretics were instantly enveloped by the streams of radiances. Within the vast cosmos, they were extremely conspicuous. Are there still 5 people who had besieged my Taoism's ancestor, Yin Tianxia? Yen Zhaoge's gaze swept across the 5 people who were picked out by the streams of radiances. Among these 5 people, there were high and low cultivations. Some were grand, virtual immortal, while some were tranquil, profound immortal. More than 2,000 years had passed since Yin Tianxia's death. Among the participants of the battle, some of the people who were still alive had their cultivation stagnant, while some had increased. However, as Yen Zhaoge waved his hand, the 5 of them involuntarily flew towards him from the vast, immortal territories. From today onwards, the immortal court will become history. As Yen Zhaoge spoke, he grabbed the dim radiant wheel and smashed it on the skull of the person in front of him. From the moment the dim radiant emperor, Yin Tianxia personally took revenge. Chapter 1802. While Yen Zhaoge had not used the dim radiant wheel for many years, he had always carried it with him. It was all for today. In the past, after receiving the Tsanghua divine tree formed by the bright connection emperor, Hu Yuexin's cadaver, Yen Zhaoge had promised the Tsanghua divine tree that he would use the dim radiant wheel formed by the dim radiant emperor, Yin Tianxia's cadaver, to personally end the heretics who besieged him in the past. Now, it was time for Yen Zhaoge to fulfill his promise. With Wang Guan, Lu Yu, Yin Jiao, and the other grand heavenly immortals of the immortal court by his side, Yen Zhaoge temporarily ignored them. His priority was to find those who had participated in attacking Yin Tianxia in the past. Some of the participants were no longer in this world. There were a total of 5 people who were still alive. Of the 5 before him, Yen Zhaoge even saw the Snow Sovereign, whom he had met once in the past. It was precisely meeting him that year that had vaguely touched the dim radiant wheel, allowing Yen Zhaoge to witness the final moments of the dim radiant emperor Yin Tianxia's life through the dim radiant wheel. Yen Zhaoge gazed expressionlessly at them. The dim radiant wheel rose and fell and rose again, neither hurried nor slow, stable and orderly. As light and darkness intertwined, it was as if an execution platform had been erected in the void. The dim radiant wheel on the platform rose and fell, killing all 5 immortal court martial practitioners before Yen Zhaoge. Within the immortal court's territory, rays of jade radiances rose one after another. They intersected and transformed into a majestic pagoda, suppressing towards Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge ignored them as he simply raised the dim radiant, will high before smashing it downwards, slaying the immortal court martial practitioner before him. Auspicious clouds rose around his body and surrounded him, isolating the rays of jade light. At the same time, the canopy above Yen Zhaoga's head reappeared, blocking the descending pagoda. As the canopy spun, the seemingly majestic pagoda suddenly disintegrated after killing the Snow Sovereign and the other 4 immortal court martial practitioners who had participated in the siege against Yin Tianxiao that year. Yen Zhaoga threw the dim radiant wheel into the air and hung high in the immortal court like a dim sun, illuminating the immortal realm. The people of the immortal court felt a chill down their spine. The dim radiant wheel resembled a person who had opened his eyes to bear witness to all that was happening at this moment. Yen Zhaoga continued walking within the immortal court. At this moment, the 3,000 immortal realms and the tens of thousands of worlds were like beads with broken strings, slipping away from the immortal court and scattering into the endless void outside. Along with Yen Zhaoga's journey, the immortal court's borderline territories were slowly collapsing and could no longer be maintained. Yen Zhaoga did not make things difficult for the innumerable commoners within those worlds. Yen Zhaoga also ignored the middle and lower tier martial practitioners with lower cultivation bases. There would be other people outside to take care of it. All the people of the immortal court who had pushed open the immortal door were stared at by Yen Zhaoga's cold gaze. The immortal court had 3,000 immortal territories, and under normal circumstances, they would consecrate 12 grand heavenly immortals, 72 grand virtual immortals, 216 tranquil profound immortals, and 720 leakless true immortals. Perhaps there was a slight deviation in the quantity, but on the whole, it had been maintained at this level for a long time. Previously, he had succeeded in purifying the devils of the 9 underworlds, causing the number of experts of the immortal court to increase further. Although they might not have enough offerings of faith power in the future to maintain their current territory, the number of peak experts of the immortal court who were currently purifying the devils had reached an all-time high, far surpassing the previous peak. But at this moment, the number of heretic immortals was meaningless. Yen Zhaoga coughed softly. Clusters of auspicious clouds surrounding his body were like pieces of fertile soil. From the fertile soil, green radiances surged, and leaves grew out. Numerous towering trees grew out. Daoist Suo had already taken revenge for the Exalted Wood Luminary in the past. You killed the enemies who besieged the Exalted Wood Luminary in the past. Yen Zhaoga looked around. Today, I'll do it again to comfort my ancestors. White flowers bloomed on the towering trees. At the same time, heavy fruits grew on the branches of the trees. Only these weren't ordinary fruits. Instead, they were formed by thunder and lightning. The buzzing sound of electricity resounded throughout the skies. The thunder clumps flickered and expanded and contracted as if they were breathing. The heretics who caused the death of the Bright Connection Emperor, who Yueshin in the past, are still alive. Today, I'll take care of them as well. Within Yen Zhaoga's eyes, purplish golden radiances flickered and interweaved into runes. He glanced at the group of heretics, and his gaze paused on 4 of them. The immortal court experts felt as if they had fallen into an icy cavern. The thunder and lightning fruits on the towering trees beside Yen Zhaoga fell off from the leaves and smashed in all directions, including the 4 that he paid special attention to. The group of heretics outside was devoured by the exploding thunderbolts. Rays of treasured lights, imbued with faith power, were extinguished one after another. The horrifying sea of thunder surrounded the immortal court's heavenly palace. As if doomsday had arrived, it slaughtered the group of heretics. Although my grandparents perished because of the previous Sword Buddha of the blessed lands of the White Lotus, and I've personally taken revenge for them, their lifelong wish was to cleanse the chaos and restore order. The sea of thunder split apart, and Yen Zhaoga walked on lightning. Today, I shall use these 2 swords to pay tribute to my ancestors. As he spoke, he raised both his hands forward. A sword light flew out from each of his palms. The 2 sword lights were graceful and they were like swimming dragons. They danced within the universe and wandered within the immortal court. Wherever they passed by, rivers of blood flowed. The group of immortal court martial art practitioners couldn't block them, nor could they evade them. Wherever the sword lights and thunderbolts went, they were invincible. The group of heretics were massacred in large numbers. Outside of the immortal court, devilish intent was vaguely surging within the void. Although the chaos bead wasn't seen, the only devil bigwig that could appear here was undoubtedly the primordial heavenly devil. However, at the same time, a white lotus was faintly discernible, opposing it from afar. The future Buddha, Maitreya, would naturally be happy to see the immortal court's destruction. Previously, he had suffered in the 9 underworlds layout. Now that he forcefully made a move, he wouldn't be able to defeat the primordial heavenly devil. However, he could still attempt to stop him temporarily. With this, Yen Zhaoge would be able to start a massacre. Currently, Yen Zhaoge was reenacting the scene of the great sage equaling heavens attacking the heavenly court's divine palace. He single-handedly attacked the immortal court's heavenly palace, advancing forward with unstoppable momentum. Although the immortal court had enlightened the group of devils, greatly increasing their manpower and strength, they were all annihilated by Yen Zhaoge's hands. Yen Zhaoge stepped into the majestic heavenly palace. Above his head, golden radiances and jade radiances intertwined, manifesting numerous pagodas and palaces. Together, they formed a formation, suppressing towards him. The majestic formation stacked upon each other, forming a 3-dimensional city. As if it was a city of deities, it pressed towards Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge clenched his fist and punched upwards. The city instantly crumbled. He looked at the immortal court's heavenly palaces, pavilions, and palaces. Then he slowly blew out a breath. White chi waves swept forward like a tsunami, flattening the majestic palaces in front of Yen Zhaoge. The palaces collapsed one after another. From afar, it looked like a wheat field being blown by the wind. Chapter 1803. Within the immortal court, the 3,000 immortal territories were separated. The heaven palace above the 9 heavens was also facing a calamity. Yen Zhaoge walked between the palaces of the heaven palace. Everywhere he passed by, everything was razed to the ground. The group of heretic immortals within the many palaces were also annihilated. The group of immortal court heavenly lords looked at Yen Zhaoge, who was walking briskly, and felt bitter in their mouths. "Let's leave as many as we can. Where there's life, there's hope," said the Taisui heavenly lord, Yin Jiao helplessly. For heretics like them, even if they ascended to the grand heavenly realm, if they lost the offerings of faith power, even if their cultivation didn't drop, they would still become extremely weak. However, at this moment, the calamity had descended, and no eggs would be spared from the collapse of the nest. They couldn't care so much anymore. Difficult, difficult, difficult. The vast heavenly emperor, Lu Yu's expression was grim as he looked towards the void. There was more than one powerful aura that was faintly discernible. Although Yen Zhaoge was the only one that appeared, there were many more experts hiding outside, laying down an inescapable net. The grand heavenly realm experts hid within the boundless void and fused with the void. They drifted along with the void and were hard to find. However, how would the orthodox Taoism let the immortal court's grand heavenly immortals escape so easily? This time, they wanted to annihilate the immortal court. The grudges from the great calamity in the past had to be settled. This was the first step. Even so, we can't just sit and wait for death, can we? Didn't the 3 clear lineage end up like this? A lazy voice resounded, looking at the great dream heavenly lord. Wang Guan, the other heretic heavenly lords remained silent. When someone heard the words three clear lineage, his expression changed slightly. However, he only sighed in the end. Just as Luyu was about to open his mouth to speak, he saw the Wang Guan lazily, seemingly in deep sleep, actually walking straight towards Yan Zhaoga. Just a moment ago, he was trying his best to escape. Now, he felt like he was walking into a tiger's mouth. The others were shocked. Taoist Wang, don't count on luck. Since we've walked this path, there's no way we can change. Luyu yelled. Wang Guan yawned. Taoist Wang, you're overthinking it. The heavens want us to face this calamity, and we can't avoid it anymore. If that's the case, why don't we be more calm? It's also good to let the other party know that we also have martyrs. Ignoring the group of immortal court heavenly lords behind him with different expressions, the green-robed man with a sleepy face walked towards Yan Zhaoga. Yan Zhaoga stopped in his tracks and looked at Wang Guan. I believe that there are also martyrs of the heretic Tao. However, I originally thought that it should be those with lower cultivation and younger ages, and not someone like you. It's not that I'm doubting your temperament and will, but as someone who has ascended to the grand heavenly immortal realm, you should have a deep understanding of the Taos that you cultivate. Hearing Yan Zhaoga's words, an indescribable expression appeared on Wang Guan's face. His voice was tired. Now, I know a lot of things, but before I know, I have already walked on this path. Just like what Brother Luyu said, there is no room for us to change. We can only continue walking. If it goes through, then it goes through. If it doesn't, then it'll be like today. Wang Guan smiled. We only have two outcomes, whether we go through or not. We can't choose not to go through. Yan Zhaoga asked plainly, even if you ascended to the grand heavenly realm, your lifespan would at most be a 1 yuan. How far can you go if you continue to advance? I'm afraid that you can only continue advancing after the immeasurable heavenly Lord transcends, right? It's not we. Wang Guan let out a long sigh. It's me or any other Taoist. Yan Zhaoga's gaze flickered. As for Luyu, Yin Jiao, and the other heretic heavenly immortals, their reactions varied. Some remained calm, some angrily scolded Wang Guan to shut up, and some revealed a helpless expression. On the day of the immeasurable heavenly Lord's transcendence, all believers will be sacrificed, including those of us who ascended to the grand heavenly realm. Wang Guan smiled again. There's only one exception. That person will become the continuation of the Taoist tradition, inherit the heavenly Lord's mantle, and automatically ascend to the Tao realm. After that, the immortal court will be reestablished, and the human realm will be reestablished. That would be a new beginning. As for who the exception will be, none of us can say for sure now. It's not certain who's the strongest will succeed. Perhaps it's the heavenly Lord's blessing, and it'll be decided with a single word. Wang Guan shook his head. He didn't hide his conversation with Yan Zhaoga. His voice spread far away and resounded within the immortal court. However, at this moment, it didn't matter anymore. The myriad of worlds would be taken care of by others of Taoism. Most of the heretic experts were annihilated by Yan Zhaoga. From today onwards, the immortal court was destined to become history. Who knows, it might be the strongest. Yan Zhaoga looked at him, then at Luyu, Yin Jiao, and the others. The blessed lands of the White Lotus should be the same, right? If that's the case, perhaps there's someone behind you, hoping for you to perish together with Chu Su. Oh, that's not right. They should be hoping for you to perish together with the blessed lands of the White Lotus at the very last moment. Yan Zhaoga looked at Wang Guan with a playful gaze. Wang Guan said tiredly, from the looks of it, that doesn't matter anymore. He looked at Yan Zhaoga, just like how I'm taking the initiative to come before you, or even escaping. There's not much of a difference. Since I can't choose not to walk this path, I'll just walk it without any hesitation. The laziness on the green-clothed man's face was instantly swept away, replaced with an unprecedented radiance, and his gaze was akin to lightning. Illusory mists seemed to be pervading his entire body, the entire immortal court's heavenly palace, and even the various immortal realms became illusory and real, as if one had fallen into a dream. At this moment, the immortal court's #1 grand heavenly realm expert under the immeasurable heavenly lord, the great dream heavenly lord, Wang Guan, displayed the strongest prowess he had ever displayed in his life. It's comparable to Chu Su's final sword, surpassing many orthodox Taoism's grand heavenly immortals. Yan Zhaoge was slightly emotional. He looked at the mist surrounding him. This place seemed like a dreamlike world. It was hard to differentiate between reality and illusion, truth and falsehood, truth and falsehood. Everything was within Wang Guan's grasp. Everything that was real was turned into an illusion by Wang Guan. Here, Wang Guan turned an illusion into reality. The mists enveloped the immortal court, Yan Zhaoge, Lu Yu, and the others. At this moment, the other grand heavenly lords of the immortal court made their move. They took the opportunity to escape. Yan Zhaoge's movement technique was exquisite, comparable to the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles, Yangjian, and the others. If there weren't any experts restraining him, the others wouldn't even be able to escape. As for whether Wang Guan could restrain Yan Zhaoge, no one was confident. However, he was already everyone's hope. Now, no one wanted to see the outcome of Wang Guan's and Yan Zhaoge's battle. They were only trying their best to escape. Whether they could break through the 3 clear lineages blockade wasn't something the heretic heavenly lords had to consider. Escaping from Yan Zhaoge's grasp was their top priority. However, everyone felt a chill running down their spine, because a gaze seemed to have penetrated through the layers of mist and landed on them. Chapter 1804. Within the bewildering illusory realm, Yan Zhaoge's gaze was clear, discarding the false and retaining the true. He took a step forward, as if he was riding the wind and breaking the waves, parting the thick fog in front of him. With a single step, Yan Zhaoge appeared in front of Wang Guan, as though the illusory realm did not exist at all. His palm fell, but the Wang Guan in front of him was like a phantom. It was just an illusion, but it didn't seem to exist. Just as Yan Zhaoge's palm was about to pass through Wang Guan's body, it seemed to land on thin air. Since you have already awoken from your dream today, why go back to sleep? Yan Zhaoge's expression was composed as his palm paused in midair, pressing down on the head of that illusory figure. A vortex seemed to form in his palm. As the vortex rotated, it stirred the surrounding fog, layer upon layer of illusory figures appearing before being drawn towards Yan Zhaoge's palm. Yan Zhaoge's palm continued descending, the Wang Guan beneath it completely unharmed. However, a muffled groan came from the surrounding fog. The real Wang Guan was staggering and swaying. His entire body was like ripples on water, swaying nonstop. Gritting his teeth, he formed a seal with one hand and placed it in front of his chest, while the other pointed at the space between his eyebrows. The space between his eyebrows split open and spread out, causing Wang Guan's body to shatter. His actions were similar to self-mutilation, but he was changing the real into the fake, and the real into the illusory. He was trying to forcefully erase the actual damage he had suffered. However, even though Wang Guan tried his best, he could still feel Yan Zhaoge's surging power endlessly surging over, destroying his life force. The great dream, heavenly lord of the immortal court, took a deep breath, and his eyes turned resolute. Almost at the same time, right in front of Yan Zhaoge, that illusory Wang Guan brazenly made his move. The illusory became real at this moment, and the false became real. Taking a risk, Wang Guan raised both his palms simultaneously, catching Yan Zhaoge off guard and striking towards his abdomen. However, Yan Zhaoge stood unmoving where he was, surrounded and protected by numerous auspicious clouds, with Wang Guan's palm completely unable to touch his body. Wang Guan's expression was calm as his palms rippled like water once more, attempting to turn Yan Zhaoge's auspicious clouds into something fake, opening up a path for his own attack. Even though he knew he had no chance, Yan Zhaoge's movements had never changed from the start to the end, as he just stood there unmoving before extending his palm and slapping downwards. This time, Wang Guan was unable to avoid it, as his head was smashed apart by Yan Zhaoge's palm. The fog that shrouded the immortal court instantly dispersed. "Why don't I go to sleep? Why don't I go to sleep?" Wang Guan's voice became tired and lazy again. Yan Zhaoge said mildly, "Have a safe trip." After sending the blessed lands of the White Lotus #1 Buddha, Chu Su, to perish 800 years ago, Yan Zhaoge killed the immortal court's #1 Grand Heavenly Lord, Wang Guan. The two heretic geniuses were mortal enemies, and now they had fallen at the hands of the same person. When Wang Guan was fighting against Yan Zhaoge, the other grand heavenly immortals of the immortal court had all fled in an attempt to escape. However, just as they were about to move, a figure flickered before their eyes as Yan Zhaoge's appearance appeared. Everyone had one in front of them, and none of them missed. Looking at Yan Zhaoge before him, the Grand Sui, Heavenly Lord Yin Jiao sighed. "Emotionally, this day has still finally come. Your master's cyclic heavenly seal. Just wait and see," Yan Zhaoge said as he raised his palm. It was as if he had lifted up a huge seal, or as if he had lifted up a part of the world. Then the heavens collapsed, and the earth caved in. The heavens and earth collapsed, and the two polarities were reversed. The entire world of creation seemed to have been flipped upside down. No matter how Yin Jiao tried to evade, he couldn't escape from the might of the heavens and earth. It was the jade clear lineage's cyclic heavenly scripture, supreme martial art, the purest cyclic heavenly seal. At this moment, Yin Jiao seemed to see the vague silhouette of his master Guangchengzi, who perished during the Great Calamity. The cyclic heavenly seal in front of him was even stronger than the Lord of Guangqing's peak. It was the strongest cyclic heavenly seal in history. It was even stronger than the combination of the Lord of Guangqing's supreme martial art and treasure, the cyclic heavenly seal. As his palm descended, the Grand Sui, Heavenly Lord Yin Jiao's corpse vanished without a trace. Not even ashes were left behind. At the same time, the vast heavenly emperor of the plague tribe, Lu Yu, was also facing another Yan Zhaoge. "Lord of the plague tribe, please," said Yan Zhaoge plainly. Lu Yu's face darkened. "Since I've chosen this path, there's no need to mention the past anymore. This Lu's skills are inferior to others, and I deserve this tribulation today. However, I won't just wait for death." He manifested his 3 heads and 6 arms, holding the shape heavenly seal, plague bell, fixing plague banner, plague finger sword, and other treasures respectively, and attacked Yan Zhaoge. Even if the immeasurable heavenly Lord leaves a position for you after transcending, and you have the ability to snatch it from Wang Guan, Yin Jiao, and the others, however, Yan Zhaoge looked at Lu Yu and pointed casually, "Your lifespan is only a yuan. Even if the immeasurable heavenly Lord transcends, can you really wait till that day? It's more likely for your descendants to benefit from it, right?" As Yan Zhaoge pointed, the shape heavenly seal, fixing plague banner, and other treasures in Lu Yu's hands shattered one after another before they could do anything. Lu Yu had been able to sit on the throne of the plague tribe as a virtual immortal in the heavenly court's divine palace before the great calamity. However, all struggles were futile at this moment. Yan Zhaoge pointed casually at Lu Yu's forehead. Although it seemed slow, Lu Yu seemed to be immobilized. He could only watch Yan Zhaoge's finger coming towards him. Then, a bloody hole appeared on his forehead. Like a deflated balloon, he immediately stopped breathing. Yen Zhaoga's figure covered the entire immortal court, appearing and disappearing. None of the grand heavenly lords that were present were spared. All of them perished in his hands. It was hard to ascend to the grand heavenly realm. Even the heretics were no exception. However, thousands of years had passed. Ever since the death of Zhao Jiang, Yu Hualong, the great king of inspiration, and the others, the immortal court had gained new grand heavenly immortals. Although the number was still limited, there were still some new people emerging. There were even grand heavenly realm lords amongst the devils of the 9 underworlds. However, today they were all killed by Yen Zhaoga one by one. When Yen Zhaoga stopped, there was only one person left in front of him, an old acquaintance. Taoist Jiang, it's been a long time. Yen Zhaoga looked at the old man in front of him. He was the head of the world beyond worlds, 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the earthly sovereign, the exalted earth luminary, Jiang Shen. Many years ago, Yen Zhaoga had killed He Mian to avenge Nie Jingshen and Yu Yi. He then used the golden body of the great sage to wreak havoc in the immortal court. As revenge, the immortal court annexed the world beyond worlds. In the blink of an eye, many years had passed. Ever since Yen Zhaoga left the world beyond worlds and met Jiang Shen again, everything had changed. Jiang Shen suffered from the immortal court's tribulation and was illuminated into the heretic path. Jiang Shen, who had just ascended to the grand virtual immortal realm, was now walking the path of the heretic path and became the immortal court's grand heavenly immortal. Ever since Yen Zhaoga appeared, Jiang Shen's expression was calm. He stood on the spot without moving. He didn't fight against Yen Zhaoga like Wang Guan, nor did he escape like Lu Yu Yinjiao and the others. He was like an outsider. He stood there and quietly waited for Yen Zhaoga to arrive. Chapter 1805. Little friend Yen, how have you been? Jiang Shen looked at Yen Zhaoga and said with a calm tone, I'll call you little friend again. I believe this will be the last time we meet. Please don't mind. Yen Zhaoga looked at him and asked, How are the others who stayed behind in the world beyond worlds? Only I've converted to the immortal court. The others are all fine, and they've been settled down. Jiang Shen smiled warmly. If the immeasurable heavenly Lord can get rid of you, the 3 clear lineage will continue in the world beyond worlds. After the 3 clear grand masters transcended, no one could guarantee that they would return to this world. Moreover, the Elder Lord was still alive. Although the Elder Lord's thoughts were unstable and rarely asked about external matters, he still had to pay attention to others. As such, no one would completely sever Taoism's legacy. At most, they would continue to weaken it. Compared to the sky beyond skies, which had always been at odds with the heretics, the world beyond worlds was much easier for the immortal court to control and accept. In the past, the immortal court annexed the world beyond worlds. Other than taking revenge on Taoism, they also wanted to stabilize their faith and prevent the immeasurable heavenly Lord's prestige from being shaken by the golden body of the great sage. Compared to actual benefits, the symbolic meaning was much greater. However, there was also an exception. The grand virtual immortal realm Jiang Shen. After enlightening Jiang Shen, who was already a virtual immortal, the immortal court had a high chance of gaining another grand, heavenly immortal within a short period of time. This was someone that the immortal court urgently needed. Other than that, most of the prodigies from the world beyond worlds were taken away by the immortal court. Jiang Shen revealed a regretful expression. There's also a large number of new people and resources. Asked Yen Zhaoga. Jiang Shen nodded and sighed. That's right. It's not surprising that we're the meat on the chopping block, said Yen Zhaoga. Jiang Shen nodded and then shook his head. Little friend Yen, you guys obtained the immortal extermination formation and won the 9 underworlds layout. It's the three clear lineages fortune. But what if you guys failed? The old man glanced deeply at Yen Zhaoge. Whether it is struggling at death's door or living under someone else's roof, the legacy left behind by the direct lineage of the three clear lineages will ultimately have to endure the humiliation and bear the burden. Even if it is not the world beyond worlds, it will still be someone else. He looked at the crumbling celestial court and the ruins of the celestial palace. However, you have succeeded. It's great. It's good that I can see this scene in my lifetime. It's not in vain. The flourishing wish power treasure light in his body started to waver uneasily, but Jiang Shun's expression was calm. What was shaken was his incense offerings to the immeasurable heavenly Lord, not himself. Those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. Yen Zhaoge said mildly, I believe in your intentions to protect our orthodox Taoism. However, our ideals differ, and I can't agree with many of your decisions. But now that things have come to this, there's no need to say anything else. Taoist brother Jiang, what do you plan to do next? Once one entered the outer path, it would be difficult to turn back. Yen Zhaoge had the intention to solve the problem of Meng Wan, Fu Ting, He Shixing, and the others because they hadn't been enlightened by the external Daos. As for those who had already entered the external Daos, there was no other way. However, before this, as long as the immeasurable heavenly Lord was still around, killing Wang Guan, Lu Yu, Jiang Shun, and the others would only require a single thought. The old man looked at the crumbling celestial court and revealed a smile. My wish is fulfilled. My wish is fulfilled. Jiang Shun closed his eyes. The unstable wish power treasure light within his body instantly calmed down and then dimmed. In the next instant, it suddenly erupted, blazing and dazzling. The brilliant wish power treasure light transformed into a rainbow and flew into the sky. Then it instantly disappeared, resembling the final afterglow of the celestial court's sunset. Yen Zhaoge calmly looked at Jiang Shun's rainbow as it faded. At the same time, his figure appeared at the end of Jiang Shun's rainbow. There, space was distorted, and another universe was hidden within. The world within circulated on its own. No wish power treasure light could be seen within, as if it was the immortal court's paradise. It was the world beyond worlds of the past. With Yen Zhaoge's cultivation, he could break through the barriers of space and pass through them. The mountains and rivers of the world beyond worlds were displayed before his eyes once again. Although he had personally split a portion of it in the past, the remaining portions still looked familiar. After more than 1,000 years had passed, things had already changed. However, Yen Zhaoge still saw some familiar faces. He saw the encompassing Emperor Li Jun, who had already become a tranquil, profound, immortal, the Heaven Emperor, Heavenly Emperor, and the original world beyond worlds northwestern exalt Lien Zulin, who had already pushed open the immortal door. The people of the world beyond worlds could only see a clear qi drifting within the skies. The existences of grand heavenly immortals were unfathomable, unfathomable, and unfathomable. Yen Zhaoge felt the changes brought about by the vicissitudes of life the most at this moment. Even he, who liked to show his divinity in front of others, had no intention of manifesting himself. The clear qi swept the entire world beyond worlds away from this place. Other than Li Jun, the Heaven Emperor, Lien Zulin, and a few others, most martial art practitioners might not even know that they had once fallen under the control of the immortal court, nor did they know that the immortal court had perished. The commoners of the mortal world were even more so. While Li Jun and the others found it hard to look at Yen Zhaoge, they naturally recognized that the one who had brought them away from the immortal court wasn't a heavenly lord of the immortal court whose entire body was filled with the power of faith. Instead, it was a grand heavenly immortal of the orthodox lineage of Taoism. The situation was still unclear. However, the current scene clearly implied that the situation had changed. Apart from the worries brought about by the unknown, everyone's emotions fluctuated. Amidst their excitement and joy, they also felt complicated. Profound syllables reverberated within the world beyond worlds, their meaning incomprehensible. However, Li Jun and the others could vaguely understand the meaning within. It wasn't that they understood it. Instead, it seemed to be a thought that arose from the depths of their hearts. Today, our orthodox Taoism has restored order and destroyed the immortal court. Fellow Taoists who were stranded outside shall return home today. Everyone in the world beyond worlds widened their eyes. They looked at each other, their lips trembling. However, no one made a sound, and they all fell into silence. Their previous guesses had been verified. Their hopes had finally come true. Everyone was at a loss. Then they were overjoyed. Li Jun and the others exited the world beyond worlds. They were surrounded by the clear qi as if they were in a paradise. Looking back, they saw that within the vast cosmos, the millions of worlds that belonged to the immortal court were scattered all over the place. The majestic heavenly palace in the past had collapsed, leaving behind only a few wreckages. Moreover, it was still disintegrating further, turning into ashes. Above the ruins of the immortal court, the deathly qi and resentment surged into the sky, condensing into a tangible form. Even Li Jun, who had already ascended to the tranquil, profound immortal realm, felt suffocated when facing such deathly qi and resentment from afar. If he were to be within it, his mind would probably collapse. That was the death of hundreds of heavenly immortals, virtual immortals, thousands of profound immortals, and true immortals of the heretic Tao. Not only had the immortal court's heavenly palace collapsed, but the group of heretic immortals had also perished. Everyone in the world beyond worlds stared at the shocking scene in front of them blankly. When they regained their senses, Li Jun and the others bowed towards the sky and didn't get up for a long time. Chapter 1806. Yen Zhaoge grasped the universe, shifted space, and turned the world beyond worlds into a clump of clear qi. The clear qi drifted to the side. 6 stars flickered within the void, and the North Star Emperor's figure appeared. Today, the North Star Emperor was also at the front lines in the war against the immortal court. After receiving the clump of clear qi, he cupped his hands towards Yen Zhaoge. The two looked back at the shattered immortal court. The scene of the heavenly court's divine palace facing a calamity appeared in their minds. After a while, Yen Zhaoge's expression changed slightly. He felt that the arrangements he left behind in the sky beyond skies were triggered. Meng Wan, Fu Ting, He Shixing, and the others were all in an unstable state. Yen Zhaoge raised his head and looked towards the boundless distance above the void. There, the white jade door was being held up by the golden cudgel. It couldn't care about the immortal court's collapse. However, rays of jade radiances were vaguely flickering on the white jade door, spreading outwards. The immeasurable heavenly lord was about to awaken the seed buried deep within Meng Wan, Fu Ting, and the others' hearts. It's half a beat later than I expected. What's the reason? Yen Zhaoge thought. His movements weren't slow. Streams of qi rose above his head and transformed into a canopy. The canopy rotated, causing streams of clear qi to descend and scatter. At this moment, the canopy seemed to be so huge that it enveloped the entire sky. The tip of the canopy was vaguely about to touch the place above the void. The jade radiances that descended from the boundless distance all landed on the canopy, causing the streams of clear qi on the canopy to break apart. However, the canopy obstructed them. As the monkey and the immeasurable heavenly lord were fighting, Yen Zhaoge didn't feel any pressure anymore. He could slowly analyze the situation. Rise. Yen Zhaoga took out the pristine jade bottle and poured out the sweet-pouring raindrops onto his canopy. The sweet-pouring raindrops that were as majestic as the heavenly river were squeezed by the canopy and the jade radiances, instantly turning into a water droplet. The water droplet revolved on the canopy, fusing the jade radiances with the clear qi. Yen Zhaoga stepped through the universe and returned to the vermilion royal reed heaven, returning to the sky beyond skies. The raindrops on the canopy fell onto the sky beyond skies, as if they had a life of their own. It passed through Mengwan, Fu Ting, He Shixing, and the others' bodies. Everyone was originally in a daze and drowsy, but at this moment their spirits were roused and their minds were clear. Everyone could vaguely feel that something seemed to be missing from the depths of their hearts compared to before. The invisible seed disappeared just like that. On the red lotus cliff, Fu Yunqi, who was guarding Mengwan and the other two, was overjoyed when he saw this. He solemnly bowed to the raindrop. After circulating once, the rainwater eliminated the hidden dangers of their bodies before returning to the canopy above Yen Zhaoga's head. Yen Zhaoga returned to the immortal court's territory. The heavenly palace was annihilated, the 3,000 immortal realms were separated, and many world stars scattered in the void. Xue Fei, Gao Qingxian, Long Xingquan, Yu Zhenbei, and the other Taoism experts had long since come to an agreement. They had divided their territories and taken over the tens of thousands of worlds that were originally ruled by the immortal court. At this moment, the blessed lands of the White Lotus were also restless. They wished to obtain the immortal court's territory and the large population under their rule. However, the Taoism Heavenly Lord's deterrence was extremely strong. The Buddhas of the blessed lands of the White Lotus did not dare to act recklessly. Although the monkey was fighting with the immeasurable Heavenly Lord, the orthodox Taoism still had the immortal extermination formation. The future Buddha was restraining the primordial heavenly devil and didn't descend. To him, the immortal court's annihilation had severed the immeasurable Heavenly Lord's power. The lineage of the immeasurable Heavenly Lord had already obtained a complete victory. Even if the immeasurable Heavenly Lord could rebuild the immortal court, his 10,000 years of hard work would be for naught. It would be extremely difficult for him to catch up to the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Yen Zhaoga descended upon the various worlds of the immortal court. The canopy above his head disappeared, and a drop of rain descended, transforming into boundless sweet rain within the void. Every single world here was bathed in the sweet rain. Under the drizzle, the treasured lights imbued with faith power within the various worlds dimmed. Previously, due to Wang Guan and Yen Zhaoga's revelation regarding heretic cultivation, the people under the immortal court's rule were already in chaos. Now that the sweet rain had descended, most of them were at a loss. However, soon after, everyone realized that the treasured lights imbued with faith power originating from the billions of mortals were mostly extinguished by the sweet pouring rain. The mortals couldn't see such a miraculous scene. While they felt a sense of loss, their minds seemed to have become a little more relaxed. However, most of them were still at a loss. Those with cultivation, especially those immortal court martial art practitioners with slightly higher cultivation, were all astonished. The mortals' offerings to the immeasurable Heavenly Lord were forcefully cut off by someone. When the mortals encountered such a huge change, they habitually chanted the immeasurable Heavenly Lord's name, seeking for protection. However, such an action couldn't gather any faith power. Such a scene caused a group of immortal court martial art practitioners, who were already in a chaotic state of mind, to be impacted once again. The immortal court experts who had already pushed open the immortal door were completely annihilated by Yen Zhaoga. As for the others, the ones with the highest cultivation were at the pinnacle of the martial saint realm. the human exalt realm. Within the immortal court's orthodoxy, they were also the bottom line to enjoy the benefits of the immeasurable heavenly Lord's offerings. At this moment, they could clearly feel that the already weakened faith power offerings were rapidly disappearing. This time, it wasn't a weakening in terms of quality. Instead, it was a rapid collapse in terms of quantity. The stronger one's strength was, the more faith power they would receive. Mortals were the weakest. However, the number of mortals far surpassed martial art practitioners. The immortal court was destroyed, and the heretics had fallen. The sweet rain descended, and the treasured lights perished. The immortal court exalt martial saints instantly became restless. However, under the eyes of Xue Fei, Gao Qingxian, Yu Xinbei, and the other Taoism experts, how could these immortal court martial art practitioners do anything? They were instantly wiped out. After the sweet pouring raindrops cleansed the mortals, Xue Fei and the others immediately separated the remaining immortal court martial art practitioners from the mortals. One by one, the martial sects were uprooted along with their sects and isolated. The myriad of worlds seemed to have transformed into an independent and peaceful mortal realm. Although the immeasurable heavenly Lord's poison was still present, the orthodox Taoism would slowly make arrangements for it. The subsequent effects would require time and the natural change of population to eliminate. While there were difficulties along the way, it was already a good start, and the future was still bright. Yu Xinbei thought of Yan Xintang, Gao Qingxian thought of Di Qinglian, the Vine Sovereign, Tai Sovereign, and the others. She recalled the dark era where the orthodox Taoism successors were hunted down for the heretics' sake. She couldn't help but feel both joy and sorrow at the same time. When the Buddhas of the blessed lands of the White Lotus saw the sweet rain, their expressions changed. The jade door in the void was obstructed by the golden cudgel and could only watch as everything unfolded. The white jade door didn't reveal any emotions. Now that things had come to this, the dust had settled. After a brief moment of silence, the immeasurable heavenly Lord didn't stay any longer, and the white jade door slowly drifted away. However, the monkey didn't have any intentions of stopping. The golden cudgel chased after him, staring at the white jade door. Both of them disappeared. Within the Western Pure Lands, the Dipankara ancient Buddha, Guanyin Bodhisattva, and other Buddhist Bantis watched this scene from afar and sighed. Chapter 1807. From the looks of it, Heavenly Lord Great Sacred Ancestor and Heavenly Lord Immeasurable are at loggerheads. Dipankara ancient Buddha had a helpless look on his face. Even after ascending to the Tao realm, his temper is still the same as before. Guanyin Bodhisattva looked at the ruins of the immortal court with a sorrowful expression, but her emotions did not change. In the past, the heavenly court's divine palace had been destroyed, the great thousand worlds had collapsed, and the three clear lineage had suffered a calamity. The disturbances had been even greater than this. Now it was a new cycle. Does Buddha have a decree to pass down? Guanyin Bodhisattva asked. The Dipankara ancient Buddha shook his head gently. With the immeasurable heavenly Lord still around, Maitreya won't be able to gain too much of an advantage. Both sides will continue to fight, but what happens next is indeed disadvantageous to us. Although Maitreya is ahead of the immeasurable heavenly Lord by a lot, his foundation is still shallow after all. If he misses the 9 levels of underground, the Buddha will set things right and need to find new opportunities. The Dipankara ancient Buddha sighed. Judging from the situation of the 9 underworlds problem, if we ask the primordial heavenly demon to take action, it will easily provoke the Laojun Lord. However, the Laojun Lord's mind is fickle. It is unknown if he will change his mind after the 9 underworlds problem. I'll wait for Buddha and Mahesvara heavenly demon to regain their health, then I can regain the upper hand. After all, I can't be sure. Although that was the case, the ancient Dipankara Buddha had suffered a huge loss by missing the nine underworld layout. If the Amitabha Buddha really transcended, the future of the Western Pure Lands would be worrying. Buddha will definitely make arrangements. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva comforted him. The Dipankara ancient Buddha nodded slightly. I'm fine, don't worry, Bodhisattva. He looked in the direction of the immortal court. Moreover, it's not impossible for the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the Taoist sects to not have any disagreements. Then, after the rain, fellow Taoist, Yen is a world-shocking talent. We are ashamed of our inferiority, Guan Yin Bodhisattva said. To the Tao ancestors, Yen Zhaoga isn't in the Tao realm. However, to the people of the immortal court. After the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva paused for a while, he continued. Actually, including us, if Yen Zhaoga were to appear in front of a Tao ancestor, it wouldn't be too far off. Fellow Taoist Kong Xian and the Green Lotus flag are still here. It's hard to say if we can stop him. Guanyin Bodhisattva smiled bitterly. It's like a human-shaped, immortal slaying formation. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva said, I mentioned the Lao Jun just now. From the looks of it, he was created by the Lao Jun. I wonder if there are any traces of the Lao Jun on him. All the Buddhas present were silent. We are not in a hurry right now. The Dipankara ancient Buddha looked up into the void. The white jade door and the Jingu Bang had disappeared without a trace. Let's see what the immeasurable heavenly Lord plans to do in the future. The expressions of the Buddhas changed slightly as they looked at the ancient Dipankara Buddha. The Dipankara ancient Buddha's face was calm, and he did not say anything else. At the same time, Tao Lord Luya and the other great demons were also paying attention to the great tribulation of the immortal court. The grand heavenly Taoism has almost regained its former glory. Tao Lord Luya frowned slightly. He shifted his gaze away from the immortal court and stared into the void. The monkey's newly created primordial world replaced the 9 underworlds, connecting closely with the original Great Thousand Worlds like 2 sides of a mirror. There was also a conflict unfolding there. When Taoism conquered the immortal court, the demon race didn't provide any assistance. Instead, they took the opportunity to explore the brand new primordial world's fortune in an attempt to seize the initiative. A portion of the blessed lands of the White Lotus headed towards the immortal court to see if they could reap some benefits. However, most of their forces headed towards the primordial world's fortune, hoping to establish a new world and obtain more territories. With that, they could arrange for the infernal devils to reside in and not compete against the blessed lands of the White Lotus's natives. At the same time, a wider territory would bring with it more abundant resources, allowing them to reproduce more people in the future, allowing them to offer more faith power. However, while the Astro Mountains, Starry Seas, and the blessed lands of the White Lotus plans were well planned, they still faced a huge obstacle. With Yen Zhaoga as the leader, the orthodox Taoism had sent out their forces to conquer the immortal court and encircle and annihilate the heretics. In fact, they even sent out specialized forces to hunt down the heretic experts that had left the immortal court. However, with this foundation, the orthodox Taoism still had the strength to establish a second battlefield and compete against the demon race and the blessed lands of the White Lotus within the new primordial world's fortune. However, when the Mountain Sea demons and White Lotus Buddhas saw Yang Jian and Suo Mingzhang's silhouettes appearing at the same time, they couldn't help but feel helpless. Even if the Maitreya Buddha didn't give the final Sarira to Mahamayuri and requested for Kong Xian's assistance, it would still be futile. Currently, the orthodox Taoism had the confidence to fight on 2 fronts, and they could even look down on their opponents. Not to mention, the Maitreya Buddha's main target was still the immeasurable heavenly Lord and the immortal court. Even if he intended to suppress the grand heavenly realm with his Tao realm, he would still have to be wary of the immortal extermination formation. Due to the Maitreya Buddha's help, the Eastern monarch Tai had successfully surpassed the Amitabha Buddha. With the Maitreya Buddha's protection and the 9 underworlds tribulation, and with the monkey's ascension to the Tao realm, the Eastern monarch Tai was very relaxed. What he had to worry about was the Amitabha Buddha and the vast freedom heavenly devil's return, and the primordial heavenly devil and the immeasurable heavenly lord's alliance. However, the vast freedom heavenly devil had suffered a huge loss this time. It would take some time for him to recover. The sacred emperor is still biased towards Taoism, the Golden Crow great sage side. If that's the case, if the Eastern monarch really transcends in this era, in the next era, I'm afraid, Tao Lord Luya said calmly. In the primordial era, the Taoist path was extremely prosperous, and many of us joined it. Prosperity and decline are constant, but that's all. How far one can go in the future depends on oneself. Moreover, if the Eastern monarch transcends, would it be good news for Taoism? I'm afraid not. He looked towards the Eastern royal palace in the grand plainest heavens. The Eastern monarch should have made arrangements. We shall just wait patiently. The Golden Crow great sage nodded. Then his expression turned slightly strange. The blessed lands of the White Lotus should also be worried about the 3 clear lineage. During the great calamity, other than the immeasurable heavenly lord, the Maitreya Buddha was also involved. During the decline of Taoism, the Astro Mountains Starry Seas demon race, the Western Pure Lands Buddhas, and the 9 underworlds devils were more or less involved. Currently, due to the situation, the Astro Mountains Starry Seas, the blessed lands of the White Lotus, and Orthodox Taoism were on the same side. However, their wariness towards each other wasn't any lesser. Although the situation had turned chaotic, it was still difficult to differentiate between friend and foe, with everyone being wary of each other. To the Maitreya Buddha, the Eastern monarch Tai was his most loyal ally. However, would he be happy to see the Eastern monarch Tai transcend? During the 9 underworlds battle, the 3 clear lineage won. We can only say that we didn't lose as badly as the others. Tao Lord Luya shook his head. Yen Zhaoga has only just ascended to the grand heavenly realm. We still don't know where his Tao Ascension realm's fortune is. If Tao Lord Luya sighed and didn't continue speaking, he turned around and returned to the Astro Mountains Starry Seas. Chapter 1808. The immeasurable heavenly lord finally left, while the monkey continued to stare at him. Primordial demon and Maitreya Buddha both retreated. At this point, the outcome of the battle of the immortal court had been determined. Yen Zhaoga turned around and looked at the fragments of the immortal court's wreckage, which resembled a cloud of mist gradually dissipating. The figures of Neza, perfected Tai, and the others appeared beside him. Everyone felt emotional, but they could not hide their joy. Let's go. Yen Zhaoga and the others traversed through space and returned to the Taoism heavens together. Here, Yen Zhaoga used the 18C calming pearls to establish 18 more universes. Within them, the citizens of the immortal court who had been purified by the treasured light of faith power could be placed. In time to come, this place would be a flourishing scene of the human world, and it would also be an even wider foundation for the orthodox Taoism. The North Star Emperor had also placed the world beyond worlds within his grand sovereign Huangxing heaven. At this point, Taoism had finally truly regained its flourishing state of pre-Great Calamity times. Everyone felt relieved when they saw this. Long Xingchuan asked Yen Zhaoga about the situation in the world beyond worlds. After listening to Yen Zhaoga's narration, he remained silent. Perhaps Taoist Jiang cared too much about the dark period before the world beyond worlds and the roving jade heavens were established. After a long time, Long Xingquan sighed softly. Now that you have finally found a place to settle down, you cherish it a lot. Gao Qingxian said quietly, enduring humiliation and carrying a heavy load will no longer be as difficult and dangerous as it was in the past, but that's all we can do. We won't fall into the worst situation without seeing the dawn of hope. Without Taoist Xiao searching for the pill hall, without Yin Tianxia and Hu Yuexin seizing the heavenly essence stone's fragments, without Zhao Ge helping the great sage equaling heaven's escape, without Taoist Yen and little junior apprentice sister protecting the immortal trapping sword, without the fellow Taoist successfully seizing the immortal extermination formation, without the great sage equaling heavens ascending to the Tao realm, we, including Jiang Shun, would never be able to witness the fellow Taoists personally bringing order to the chaos and annihilating the heretics. She shook her head slightly. How can it be so simple to place our hopes on a heavenly venerable ascending to the Tao realm? The demon race and the Western Pure Lands, which one of them didn't have any bigwig experts who had the same thoughts? If we don't work hard, how can we compete with them? His greatest hope is actually the Grand Supreme Elder. However, the Grand Supreme Elder only throws stones and does not play chess. Currently, everyone knew that Yan Zhaoge was related to the Elder Lord. He also knew that the monkey's escape and ascension to the Tao realm had something to do with the old Supreme Lord. However, the problem was that the Elder Lord didn't care whether Yan Zhaoge helped the monkey or not. If there was no help, then everything that followed would not exist. The Grand Supreme Elder might correct it and arrange for someone else to help the monkey. But maybe not. If it's gone at that time. It was very likely that the Grand Supreme Elder would not take action. Because of this, while the monkey owed the Elder Lord a favor, it also owed Yan Zhaoge a favor. It wouldn't attribute everything to the Elder Lord's arrangements, doing as he pleased, and not doing anything at all. That was the Grand Supreme Elder. Of course, to the people of the Tao sect, it was especially vexing. The dead are gone, so let's not talk about it anymore. Although we have different thoughts, I'm grateful for Brother Zhang's willingness to leave a chance for our Tao sect. Long Xingquan said, Brother Jiang, it's not in vain that you passed away with a smile. Gao Qingxian nodded slightly and no longer spoke. Feng Yunxing appeared, nodding towards Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge understood her meaning. He had already contacted Gao Han. Yan Zhaoge once said that he would like to chat with Gao Han after the Immortal Court's battle. While Feng Yunxing was guarding the Taoism heavens, she tried to contact Gao Han. I'll pay my respects to my ancestors first, said Yan Zhaoge to Feng Yunxing. Feng Yunxing returned to the sky, beyond skies with him. When they arrived at the Bright Connection Valley, they saw Xue Chuqing standing in front of the Tsanghua Divine tree formed by the Bright Connection Emperor, who Yuexin slew. Xue Chuqing turned around and saw Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing entering. She smiled and said, You're back? She had already received the news. Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing came to her side. With a tap of his finger, a tiny radiant wheel appeared and hovered in front of the Tsanghua Divine tree. The radiant wheel enlarged and transformed into a black iron wheel with 12 slots. The dim radiant wheel slowly rotated, and the blue flowers on the Tsanghua Divine tree bloomed without any wind blowing. As they swayed, a soundless song seemed to resound. The radiance within the 12 slots on the black iron wheel was extinguished. It flew up to the Tsanghua Divine tree and hung on the top of a branch. The wheel and the tree quietly stayed together, as if it was an eternal scene. Yan Zhaoge, Xue Chuqing, and Feng Yunxing bowed towards the dim radiant wheel and the Tsanghua Divine tree. After paying their respects to Yin Tianxia and Hu Yuexin, Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing accompanied Xue Chuqing in the bright Connection Valley for a while. Then, they bade farewell and left. With a thought, they teleported out of the sky beyond skies and the Zhu Luo royal reed heaven. Very quickly, they appeared within the vast void. After a while, a white-clothed man appeared within their sights. It was the exalted solar luminary, Gao Han. Gao Han and Ling Qing had always been close to the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. During the 9 Underworlds layout, Yen Zhaoge had a conflict with the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. Now that they met again, it wasn't awkward. Gao Han bowed towards Yen Zhaoge upon seeing him. "Thank you, Taoist Yen. You eliminated the immortal court, exterminated the heretics, and supported our Taoism's orthodox lineage." In the past, when Yen Zhaoge wreaked havoc in the immortal court with the golden body of the great sage, Gao Han had tried to stop him. However, at this moment, he bowed towards Yen Zhaoge with a solemn expression that had never been seen before. "Thinking back to before and after the great calamity, it's enough to comfort my entire life." Yen Zhaoge looked at him quietly. "Taoist brother, you don't have to be like this. As you said, I'm also a Taoism lineage. I still haven't congratulated Taoist brother Gao for ascending to the grand heavenly realm and achieving everlasting freedom." Feng Yinsheng was also sizing Gao Han up and down. Then she said, "Congratulations, Taoist brother, for ascending to the grand heavenly realm and achieving everlasting freedom." Gao Han had also attained the 5 Qis unification and 3 flowers converged crown, achieving the grand heavenly immortal realm. After Suo Mingzhang and Jiang Shun, who had joined the heretics, the world beyond worlds' new Kunlun 9 luminaries had produced a 3rd grand heavenly immortal. After the great calamity, he was also the 5th grand heavenly immortal produced by orthodox Taoism, other than Suo Mingzhang, Feng Yinsheng, and Yen Zhaoge. My Taoism has been prospering day by day, which is why I'm here today. Speaking of which, I still have to thank the 2 of you, said Gao Han. Yen Zhaoge looked at Gao Han quietly, since it's so easy to contact Taoist brother Gao. And you're willing to meet me, it seems like 800 years ago. Taoist brother Gao did have other intentions. In the past, during Yen Zhaoge and Feng Yinsheng's wedding, Gao Han's congratulatory words sounded like idle chatter. However, Yen Zhaoge found it weird. Now, he had some guesses about the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's actions. Comparing it with Gao Han's words in the past, he became even more suspicious, which led to their meeting today. Yen Zhaoge didn't bother with pleasantries and went straight to the point. What did Taoist brother Gao mean by your words in the past? Chapter 1809. 800 years ago, when Gao Han attended Yen Zhaoge's wedding, he seemed to have unintentionally mentioned the 8 Extremities world. From then on, Yen Zhaoge became suspicious. Indeed, Gao Han had once lived in seclusion in the 8 Extremities world. In the end, he even used the extreme Yang seal to escape. However, strictly speaking, Yen Zhaoge had never interacted with him in the 8 Extremities world. Their encounter would soon reach the world beyond worlds. If it were anyone else, Yen Zhaoge might not think too much about it. However, since it was Gao Han, he naturally had to be cautious. Facing Yen Zhaoge's direct question, Gao Han's expression didn't show any signs of surprise, since you said, "So you should have noticed it too, right?" "That's right." Yen Zhaoge nodded and looked into Gao Han's eyes. "I'm guessing that when I was still in the 8 Extremities world's lower world, you and the Southern Extremities Longevity Emperor had already been paying attention to me. Am I right?" Gao Han, who was used to concealing himself, didn't try to act mysterious this time. He smiled. "You guessed it right." Gao Han revealed a slightly emotional expression. "In the past, I also felt that it was weird. I don't know why the Southern Extremities Emperor would look up to you. However, looking back, fellow Taoist, you are indeed extraordinary." He looked at Yen Zhaoge and smiled. Only after you separated from the world beyond worlds did I realize that you might be the Elder Lord's pebble. Everyone thinks that's the truth, Yen Zhaoge said plainly. However, only the Elder Lord knows the truth. Gao Han nodded. That's right. He looked at Yen Zhaoge and remained silent for a while before saying, looking back at the Southern Extremities Emperor's actions in the past, there were many abnormalities that made one feel incredulous. Yen Zhaoge didn't answer. Instead, he looked at Gao Han and waited for him to continue. He knew that the next part was the main topic. Before Gao Han ascended to the grand heavenly realm and attended Yen Zhaoge's wedding, he had already secretly given him a hint. In other words, Gao Han's tone was filled with respect when he mentioned the Southern Extremities Longevity Emperor. However, in the past, when he was still under the Southern Extremities Longevity Emperor's tutelage, he already had other intentions. Previously, Yen Zhaoge had crippled the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's origin heavenly scripture cultivation. Now, he was even helping him conceal it. Even if Gao Han was still a virtual immortal, he wouldn't have to worry about his safety. Today, even if he had yet to ascend to the grand heavenly realm, he would still tell Yen Zhaoge everything that had been said in the past. As expected, Gao Han's following words were earth-shattering. His Majesty, the South Pole Emperor, initially wanted to eliminate you. Feng Yunsheng raised her eyebrows when she heard this. Yen Zhaoge's expression was as per usual, with Taoist South Pole's cultivation base. Wanting to kill me at that time would have been as easy as blowing off dust. Yes, it has been like this for a very long time. He smiled. If you're worried that the Grand Supreme Elder will pursue the matter, it's actually a 50-50 chance. However, why does Brother South Pole want to get rid of me? Gao Han shook his head. This is precisely the part that I have not thought through. After you destroyed the 3 chess pieces that he had prepared, His Majesty South Pole stopped playing and suddenly gave up. Gao Han's gaze was filled with undisguised probing intent. He looked at Yen Zhaoge. From then on, even his attention towards you lessened. Hearing 3 chess pieces, Feng Yunsheng might not care much about it, but a thought flashed through Yen Zhaoge's mind. A few faces from deep within his memories appeared before his eyes again. Yi Jing, Zhao Hao, Lin Zhou. Yen Zhaoge closed his eyes and slowly opened them again. He, in the past, I thought that it was like a parasite. I never thought that it was targeted towards me. Yen Zhaoge's expression was a little weird, and he thought, I see. The past was already over. Yen Zhaoge no longer cared about the 3 people that died in his hands. Only the mysteries behind this made him ponder deeply. Why did the Southern Extremities Longevity Emperor want to make things difficult for him? By helping Yi Jing and the others, he wanted to reduce the traces of his actions and avoid attracting attention. Then, who was the Southern Extremities Longevity Emperor afraid of? The Elder Lord? Yen Zhaoge couldn't think of any reason why the Southern Extremities Longevity Emperor would go against the Elder Lord. In the 9 Underworlds puzzle, he was fighting against the great Taoist Xuandu for the chance to ascend to the Tao realm. It wasn't considered going against the Elder Lord, although he wasn't sure of the specific arrangements, and he wasn't sure if the Elder Lord would make a move in the 9 Underworlds puzzle, and how he would do it. The Southern Extremities Longevity Emperor vaguely sensed that the Elder Lord might want to make a move. Overall, his style was to take advantage of the Elder Lord's actions to increase his chance to ascend to the Tao realm. He didn't intend to go against the Elder Lord. After vaguely sensing that Yen Zhaoge was related to the Elder Lord, the Southern Extremities Longevity Emperor even went along with the flow and tried to earn some favors. Thinking of Gao Han's words, the Southern Extremities Longevity Emperor only stopped after Yi Jing, Zhao Hao, and Lin Zhou failed consecutively. Yen Zhaoge suddenly had a guess. Perhaps the Southern Extremities Longevity Emperor vaguely sensed that he was related to the Elder Lord, and stopped trying to eliminate him. It wasn't because he was related to the Elder Lord that he wanted to kill Yan Zhaoge. On the contrary, it was because he sensed that Yan Zhaoge was related to the Elder Lord that he gave up on killing him. Back to the original question. Previously, why did the Southern Extremities Longevity Emperor silently send some pawns to eliminate Yan Zhaoge without leaving any traces? Did he discover his peculiarities at the start, but he wasn't sure of his origins? In order to avoid interfering with his other arrangements, he decided to eliminate him first? Or could it be that the Southern Extremities Longevity Emperor's target was someone else? As Yan Zhaoge pondered, he looked at Feng Yunsheng and asked Gao Han, "Where's my wife?" The Rahu saber corpse left behind by Taoist Jian Shenhua has always been in the Eight Extremities world. Generations of people have been passing it down, waiting for the person who would allow it to return to the world beyond worlds, or even the 9 underworlds. Gao Han answered, "As for Taoist Feng and Taoist Yan's love for each other, no matter if it's the Southern Extremities Longevity Emperor or we didn't expect it to happen." Before inheriting the Doomsday Heavenly Devil's authority, the Southern Extremities Longevity Emperor, who was proficient in the Origin Heavenly Scripture, had a clear view of Feng Yunsheng's fate. However, the matters related to Yan Zhaoge were all blurry and hard to predict. Only with the passage of time could he watch everything happen, and when the conditions were right, success would follow. As for the Southern Extremities Longevity Emperor, he didn't interfere and silently observed the situation. Since he didn't interfere with us getting together, and didn't interfere with my wife entering the 9 underworlds, Yan Zhaoge chuckled coldly. Should I thank him? Feng Yunsheng silently stood by the side and didn't speak. Now, she held his hand and smiled at him. "Taoist, you used your extreme yang seal to deceive others." Yan Zhaoge nodded at Feng Yunsheng and turned to look at Gao Han. "Then what about Taoist Ling's extreme crown?" Chapter 1810. The extreme crown that Taoist Ling left behind was something she did casually. It has nothing to do with you, Taoist Feng. Today, Gao Han really said everything he knew, without holding back. The purplish golden radiances within Yan Zhaoge's pupils interweaved into profound runes. The Origin Heavenly Scripture wasn't omnipotent. However, it could discern the truth of Gao Han's words. As for your father, Taoist Yendi, Gao Han didn't wait for Yan Zhaoge to ask, and directly said, he was tainted by the phenomenon of grand simplicity. If you don't look into it, you won't be able to see through it easily. I only came to the world beyond worlds and saw his appearance with the creation saber. Only then did I connect him to Yan Xintong and Di Qinglian through his name. Speaking of this, he suddenly smiled and said, "Things in the world are really wonderful. Fellow Taoists Yan and fellow Taoists Di are your ancestors, the successors of the Emperor of the South Pole. Fellow Taoist Shao Juanhuang's disciples and grand-disciples are actually your mother. This is something I didn't expect." Yan Zhaoge didn't smile and said plainly, "It's indeed wondrous. I wouldn't have expected it back then. I only heard about it from you." Taoist Ling treated the South Pole Emperor like a senior. Gao Han smiled and said, "I followed the South Pole Emperor because we shared the same interests. In the past, I also have some doubts that I have yet to unravel. Now that I tell you, fellow Taoist Yan, perhaps one day you will also be able to unravel my doubts." After saying that, Gao Han cupped his hands towards Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng. Then he retreated and disappeared within the vast void. Yan Zhaoge watched Gao Han's silhouette disappear into the distance. He didn't say anything. Feng Yunsheng looked at Yan Zhaoge worriedly. "I'm fine. Don't worry." Yan Zhaoge noticed Feng Yunsheng's gaze. He turned around and said with a smile, Only there are some things that I need to think about. Feng Yunsheng didn't say anything and only nodded lightly. Yan Zhaoge closed his eyes, scenes after scenes appearing within his mind, revolving unceasingly like a revolving lantern. Countless memories from the depths of his heart resurfaced at this moment, stirring restlessly. Gradually, the scattered pearls were strung together by an invisible string, forming a complete line. Only this string was still tangled together and was in a mess. Yan Zhaoge continued sorting through everything. After that, he started to try something that he'd always wanted to do since he attained the golden immortal realm, but he'd always been hesitant about it. After ascending to the grand heavenly immortal realm and attaining the three flowers converged crown, Yan Zhaoge's essence, qi, and spirit had far surpassed what he had been in the past. His grasp of spatial transformations, the past, and the future had also become unprecedentedly strong. As his body became stronger, his essence soul thoughts also became extremely powerful. An imperial canopy appeared above his head, covering the heavens. That peak seemed to have broken through the limits of the universe and advanced to a broader level. At this moment, Yan Zhaoge actually felt like his soul had left his body somewhat. He was like an ordinary person whose soul was separated from his body and wandered in the night. A dignified grand heavenly immortal had actually transformed into a wandering ghost. For someone of Yan Zhaoge's cultivation base, this feeling was naturally extraordinary. This is a miraculous ability that only a Taoist ancestor can possess, transcending creation and wandering beyond the primordial world. Yan Zhaoge had a feeling in his heart. However, a Taoist ancestor would still have to remain here. Only by transcending would he be able to jump out of this world, and there would be no more limitations from then on. I'm extremely close to the Tao realm, allowing me to enjoy some of the miraculous abilities that only Tao realm bigwigs possess. However, I can't maintain it for long. However, it's already sufficient. Yan Zhaoge felt like his mind was like a kite that had its string cut off, flying with the wind. However, he was still able to stabilize his essence, soul thoughts, and proceed towards his destination, towards the farthest place in his memory that he'd never truly forgotten. When a blue world or a blue planet appeared in front of Yan Zhaoge, he stopped. The unpredictable space stopped changing, and darkness quickly retreated from his sight. What replaced it was a myriad of colors. In front of Yan Zhaoge was a world that seemed unfamiliar, but was actually extremely familiar. It was nighttime here, but countless lights illuminated the entire city. The sound of car horns caused the night to be filled with noise. Yan Zhaoge could even immediately tell that it was still the peak hour of the city. The traffic was dense, and there were jams everywhere. It wasn't the memories that were triggered by the primordial heart devil. This was the planet in his memory, the city in his memory, and the life in his memory. Only he hadn't truly returned yet. Amidst the flow of carriages, everyone completely ignored Yan Zhaoge as if he was transparent, or perhaps he did not exist. Zhuangzhou dreaming of the butterfly dreaming of Zhuangzhou. Yan Zhaoge suddenly laughed. He traversed through the city. Every time he traversed a certain distance, a clearer memory would surface, and gradually the memories would connect together. Yan Zhaoge walked towards his home in his memories. There was no one at home. In the past, when only one person was full, the whole family wouldn't be hungry. How convenient! Unlike now, I have a father, a mother, and even a gluttonous wife. I'm already a grand heavenly immortal, but I still love to eat. Fortunately, I don't get fat from eating. As he spoke, Yan Zhaoge scanned his surroundings. The time here has stopped at the moment I left. Yan Zhaoge muttered to himself. It's not that the time here has stopped. Rather, I can only return to this point of time. If he left now, he would return to this point of time the next time he returned. Huh, if my life here is still so wondrous, wouldn't it be the same as being able to reload time and time again? Although there's only one save, it's still a little disappointing. Yan Zhaoge laughed and shook his head. However, his gaze wasn't smiling at all. Looking at himself in the picture frame, Yan Zhaoge fell into a daze. It wasn't that he couldn't recognize his own appearance. On the contrary, looking at the picture felt like he was looking at a mirror. The exact same appearance, the exact same name. Is that why it's me? Yan Zhaoge said softly. No, it shouldn't be just that. He looked at the empty room. If my soul has left, then where has my body gone? After thinking for a while, Yan Zhaoge tried to take the picture frame away. In the end, he didn't succeed. He didn't feel frustrated, nor did he feel relaxed. Instead, he stayed on the spot and started thinking. After a while, his thoughts moved slightly. Within his primordial spirit's thoughts, an item suddenly appeared. An actual item. With Yan Zhaoge's grand heavenly realm pinnacle strength, he was like a lonely soul even after jumping out of the primordial world. However, this item had truly arrived here. The 3 treasures jade scepter left behind by the primordial heavenly lord. This treasure was extraordinary. However, no matter if it was Yan Zhaoge, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, or the North Star Emperor, none of them could actively control the treasure to attack their enemies. Most of the time, other than its symbolic meaning, it was merely a slightly mystical treasure. However, at this moment, Yan Zhaoge communicated with the 3 treasures jade scepter with his thoughts. With a whoosh, the picture frame disappeared. Chapter 1811. Yan Zhaoge looked at the Triratna jade scepter and the disappearing picture frame and fell into deep thought. He tried something else, but it didn't work. Looking at the strange yet familiar environment in the room, Yan Zhaoge fell into a daze for a while. After a long time, Yan Zhaoge came back to his senses and willed. The scene in his mind changed as if it was going in reverse. Yan Zhaoge's mind left the blue star and left the vast galaxy of the universe. The space in front of him distorted and changed colorful. When the scene stabilized and the endless dark void reappeared, Yan Zhaoge felt like a lonely soul drifting from the netherworld, returning to his body. Other than the endless void, there was also Feng Yunxing's concerned look in his eyes. Zhaoge, she looked at Yan Zhaoge worriedly. Don't worry, I'm fine. Yan Zhaoge smiled at Feng Yunxing and fell into deep thought again. The Triratna jade scepter fell into his hands and played with it. As Yan Zhaoge willed, purple, white, and golden radiances flashed on the Triratna jade scepter. The next moment, the picture frame appeared in his hands. It appeared under the starry sky of the universe, which was different from the blue star. Looking at the picture frame and the face in the picture, Yan Zhaoge's expression turned serious. He could even feel the chill behind his back. When did you get such a picture? Dressed weirdly and framed it in such a weird way? Feng Yunxing asked. It's good for preservation. She looked at Yan Zhaoge and noticed his slightly serious expression. Her expression also turned serious. Zhaoge, I'm fine. Yan Zhaoge let out a long sigh. Looking at himself in the picture, he suddenly smiled. Interesting. Let me think, what was I doing at that time? I think I just got home and threw myself on the bed. I stretched my legs and played with my phone. Yan Zhaoge thought, then I suddenly lost consciousness. When I came back to my senses, I was already the spirit of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's martial repository. His soul had traversed to this primordial world. Logically speaking, his body should still be in the original world, on that star. The time of his return had not changed. It could even be said that his body should still be in the same place, in the house he was staying in. It was impossible for the people on that planet to move his body. To be precise, no one noticed his abnormality. But now, on the blue planet, in his original world, his body was gone. Was it destroyed when he transmigrated, disappearing without leaving any traces, or moved away? Yen Zhaoge lowered his head to look at the photo frame in his hands. If I can bring this picture frame back with the Triratna we, it means that others can as well. Yen Zhaoge narrowed his eyes into slits. However, there aren't many who can do it. Dao realm experts could naturally do so. However, someone like the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor could not do it. Although he was only a step away from the Dao realm and had a deep understanding of the laws of heaven and earth, his divine powers were insufficient and his foundation was weak. In other words, perhaps his primordial spirit could attempt to leap out of this primordial fortune like Yen Zhaoge. Still, as soon as it did so, it would be unable to withstand it and would be instantly destroyed. Just like how a mortal's soul could leave his body, if it wasn't strong enough, it wouldn't be able to traverse day and night. With just a slight movement, it would dissipate and dissipate. As for those who were strong enough but lacked a grasp of the laws of heaven and earth, and weren't prepared to attempt the Tao realm, their souls might be strong enough, but they still couldn't separate themselves from their body. Under such circumstances, it naturally wouldn't work. Yen Zhaoge pondered while Feng Yunsheng quietly stood by the side. The worry on her face had already disappeared, and her expression slowly turned calm. Her gaze was as calm as water and as firm as steel. She patiently waited for Yen Zhaoge's decision. After a while, Yen Zhaoge's gaze regained its focus. He first looked at Feng Yunsheng apologetically and lightly held her hand. The woman in front of him smiled and shook her head, quietly waiting for him to speak. "Let's go somewhere," said Yen Zhaoge. The two held hands and went on their way. The canopy above Yen Zhaoge's head opened up and led them upwards, as if they were heading to a place even higher than the void's boundless outskirts. That place's location was hard to determine, and its traces were hard to locate. It was like an illusory world of immortals, which was wonderful beyond words. It was filled with spirit flowers and herbs, as well as divine birds and auspicious beasts. Amidst the orchid waterfall, an ordinary palace stood. A plaque hung above the palace's door, with 3 words written on it: Tushita Palace. It wasn't Yen Zhaoge's first time coming to this place. A boy stood by the palace's door, looking at him with some uneasiness. To be more precise, he was looking at the canopy above his head, which seemed to contain all creation. The great Taoist Master Xian Du was suppressed by the canopy. The great Taoist Master Xian Du looked at the Tushita Palace's scenery, but there was no joy on his face. Instead, he felt even more worried and sighed. Yen Zhaoge walked leisurely and came to a mountain rock beside the palace. He lifted the mountain rock and then suppressed the great Taoist Master Xian Du underneath. Then he wrote on the mountain rock with his finger, leaving behind numerous talismans, which turned into a scripture. The scripture flashed and finally merged into the mountain rock, never to be seen again. After suppressing the great Taoist Master Xian Du under the mountain rock, Yen Zhaoge turned around and walked back to the Tushita Palace's door. The boy standing there opened his mouth again and again. The words were at the tip of his tongue, but he couldn't say them. "Everything will be decided by the Elder Lord." Yen Zhaoge smiled and said, "If the Elder Lord wants, Taoist Brother Xian Du can escape." The boy smiled bitterly. Even though the great Taoist Master Xian Du was of the Grand Clear lineage and the Elder Lord's disciple, there was a 50-50 chance that the Elder Lord would let him out. "Heavenly Lord, this is really—" The boy stammered, and his face was filled with awkwardness. "You can't undo my seal, and you can't control the Elder Lord's will. Naturally, you don't have to be troubled by this. Taoist Brother Xian Du won't blame you. Yin Zhaoge said, other than sending Taoist Brother Xian Du back. I came here today to ask you something. The boy said helplessly, Heavenly Lord, you should know that ever since the Elder Lord returned, he hasn't seen any guests. Taoist Luya and the Dipankara ancient Buddha came before, but the Elder Lord refused to see them. I understand. Yin Zhaoge nodded. I don't have to meet the Elder Lord. You can also answer me. The boy looked at the mountain rock and nodded helplessly. Please ask, Heavenly Lord. I'll tell you everything I know. After the grand, clear Lord of Tao and virtue transcended, are the treasures he left behind still in the Tushita Palace? Asked Yin Zhaoge. The boy was slightly startled. Clearly, he noticed the main point of Yin Zhaoge's question. Yin Zhaoge was asking about the grand, clear Lord of Tao and virtue's treasures, not the supreme Elder Lords.